We'll see. I just have very little faith in Game Freak, man. I don't think I've enjoyed a Pokemon game that they made since like Heart Gold. Like Black and White and Sun and Ultra Sun and Moon had its moments, but like that's all it was. They just had their moments. All stuff like Arceus and Sword and Shield are like really atrocious. Yeah. Definitely looks like it. So did they just redesign the characters and the trainers are all different? No, all the trainers look like they're all World's End Club. I guess I just changed the art style of the main characters. Definitely in-game more than outside of the game. I mean, that's alright. I mean, the boots are pretty fucking extreme, dude. She looks just goofy, man. At least I can make fun of it, man. Instead of it being pure fucking mindless. The same old shit. Feeling the Godo bias right now. He doesn't like big boot lady. Oh, alright. Let's get rocking on this shit. Whew. 8 big boots. I don't know. The character designs I don't care that much about. Compared to the minute-to-minute gameplay. Pokemon character designs have always been kind of like just hit or miss. There's some good ones and then there's just some more forgettable ones.
The bar up the stairs is Hydran.
Overall, don't mind it.
Hope this Sizel guy's in today.
What's up?
Aww. Huh?
At least we're moving around.
Huh?
What's up?
That FPS, man.
Sorry?
Huh?
Sorry?
Huh?
Cherry Blossoms destroying the FPS.
Ah, there's a new face in town. Name's Hughes. I own the place.
Hughes, huh? I'll remember that.
What can I get you? Never hurts to start with something easy like a white ale or the like.
Sorry, but we're actually looking for someone.
His name's Sizo. You haven't seen him, have you?
Sizo. He was here not too long ago, but I think he left for work. You might catch him over in Karakucho. That's where he runs his day-to-day.
We'll need to hurry.
Thanks for the rec. I'll save it for next time.
Later, dude.
Zafiro, huh? Looks like an accessories boutique.
Oh, a customer? I'm Mannequin. Might as well save you the breath. First-timers always beg to know my name, but I can hardly blame them. I mean, look at me.
Sure.
Well, browse at your leisure. It's only humans who want the finest glamour money can buy. But don't take it too hard when you realize you'll never reach my level.
Self-conscious man or self-absorbed man?
Oh, God, I'm gorgeous.
This guy can't get enough of himself. Can he even see us? Does he even know he's running a shop? It's almost impressive.
What? No, impossible, inconceivable.
Whoa, what's up? You okay?
I see now. You're not human, are you?
Huh. Why do you say that?
Well, there certainly can't be a human more beautiful than me in this world.
Oh, thanks?
I won't settle for second best. Let me know if you need help.
Sick dialogue, dude. Okay. What do we get here? Extra agility, strength, intellect, draw defense. How much money do I got?
You want to buy that? Thanks.
This'll do.
You want to buy that? You want to buy that? Thanks.
That looks like it'll work.
You want to buy that? Thanks.
Nice work.
That's it. That's all the equipment in the game.
Are you still here? Beautiful. Are you still... See ya.
It's him. Jesus, the FPS is horrible in this version.
Over here.
Wait up, Melody.
Somebody's found a job, didn't watch. Why do they have to give me a tutorial for this? Let me just explore it, dude. Side quests. Jesus, look at the performance. This is gonna crash, man. I can already feel it. Jesus. Absolute dog shit, man. It's not like this is some crazy ass looking game, man. I'm just loading a small area too. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing on an Xbox, but it shouldn't be my problem that the game runs that poorly. Not like it's a very ambitiously high graphics game.
Hello there.
Well, aren't you polite? My name is Yume. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
What do you sell here?
Anything and everything. It's what sets our store apart from just about everywhere else. I know it's a little noisy in here, but by all means, take a look around. Welcome! Is there anything else? Huh? Please come again!
Welcome.
Huh?
What do you mean? Well, like a 2E type of thing? Just an assload of shops just so they can fill it with kind of personality, or
Well, you see...
do you mean that like Soul Hackers could have consolidated some of its shops? I mean, they're all in the same building, right? So it wasn't super bad. Way too many shops. I didn't mind that. I liked that they all had their own bit of personality. It was like fun going into like the different shops. So far, the 3 or 4 we've seen don't have really that kind of character to them. But what you've seen is what I've seen. We just got the ability to travel. I guess, Rupert.
Good evening!
Huh?
Oh, shitting on the Misa. What the?
So this is what they call a club.
Well, from the looks of you, I take it you live on our side of the world.
No winch. Misa's a fun punching bag. Meanwhile, the other chick's just getting drug along.
Huh?
Sorry for surprising you, stranger. The pleasure's all mine. I'm Ginkgo, Madam Ginkgo to some of our summoner regular.
Nice to meet you, Madam Ginkgo. I'm Ringo, but I'm not exactly a summoner. What do you mean, your side of the world?
Here at Club Cretaceous, we provide certain specialty services to the people of the city. More specifically, we put clients in contact with summoners for private contracts.
Wasn't there a Madam Ginkgo in Soul Hackers 1?
Really now? Sounds like this place is good for more than the nightlife.
Vertigo? It's that crazy Dutch angle. Floating above the ground.
So if I drop by, I can hear about some local problems that need a summoner's skills? That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Why tell me about this? Sounds like you want me in on these jobs. Got something you want me to do?
I'm sure I will soon enough. Saving the world is certainly a noble cause. But there are times when you must narrow your scope and hear the smaller voices. All I'd ask is that you help the people who need it. That's the true calling of a devil summoner, after all.
Sounds fun. Might help me get the information I need, too.
Welcome.
The briefings.
Oh.
wonder how the Japanese version is. So far the English is kind of just like whatever.
Allow me to explain. To tell the truth, I ask that you handle this as well. I humbly ask this of you. As to this request, I humbly ask this. Do you have any other business? I bid you good luck.
So far, I don't know. There's something about the dialogue just feels very slow. Like there's some kind of malaise. This is very, very slow and dull. I think it's more in the dialogue than the VI, but I'm curious. Let's try the Japanese. I doubt it's much better, but we won't have to hear Oda. Mama. Ooh. We'll try the other language here for a little bit. If they want to go back through the dungeon we already went through, or is there gonna be like a new area instead? That'd be better. So far, not so good. We'll see.
What's this go?
The shipping district, of course. It's pretty generic so far, man. I've only heard a few lines though. I thought you were saying... No, that's what it meant, it was the dream was alive. I don't remember all that. Wow, kill 5 Tsukigimo. Nice. I don't know the Japanese name for Etrian Odyssey. What am I thinking about Etrian Odyssey with its Japanese name? Yeah, call me a bunga, man. So it is. Can we really not go in there? Do I just have to run around the area I've already been in? I might just not even do the side content. If it's all like super boring. Her voice is just like squeaky, typical squeaky. Probably just gonna go back to English. We'll see. Yeah, the very first quest we get, kill X monsters. I guess his voice is better than hearing Oda. No, there's no way these are the same shipping containers. A very small minor area of SMT5 for the entire dungeon in this. Yeah, I don't know. If the quest design's gonna be like TMS, I'm just not gonna want to bother. Normally I would do all the side quests in a game like this, but not really in the mood to pad out the experience with just like a bunch of boring bullshit. Now, if it opened up new areas in each dungeon for the side quest, that would be one thing. Which there is an area we haven't been into in here, but I can't unlock it, so. TMS had super boring side quests where you just pretty much slowly rewalks through the old dungeons, which were already really shitty dungeons. At times, sometimes they were okay. I might turn it up to hard as well. I've heard very hard's kind of just like bloated. Every fight just takes super long time. Not that they're like much harder, more interesting. I don't want to just like have every fight take 20 minutes. Especially if the game's not like super fun, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not one to just throw everything on very hard by default. I don't trust the devs enough. Like, if it's gonna make the game just take like way longer, and I don't think it's that good in the first place, once we get through a bit more, then like I don't really want to be doing that. And if it just means the fights take longer, that doesn't sound more fun. But I don't want it to get like too easy. So it'll just depend. Like I said, I don't trust devs enough, man. Well, if everybody says to play on hard and above, then that's fine. I can take people's word of mouth, but if it's just like boring stat bloat, then I don't know. We've barely fought in this game, so I'm not gonna change it yet. So, don't we have requests here? In the shopping district. East shipping district. Shipping district. That's the Cheeto one. Oh, really? They didn't do side content because it's like really hard, or because it just took so long to do fights that it just didn't sound fun. I mean, I usually play these on normal for the sake of being able to compare them to each other on like intended difficulties and shit. But I don't have a problem if this is like super undertuned to tune it up a bit. It's like playing like Doom on Ultra Violence or something. It's just a better experience than normal. Oh, really? Yeah. I might crank it up to hard and see from there. I'm of the mind that like pace and all that matters just as much as like challenge, so I don't want to like turn it into a slog just to say I did a harder challenge or something. I'm not saying that's what these people were doing. I'm just gonna tailor it my way right now. Enables the use of items in battle. Yeah. I think hard disables continue items as well or something. Yeah, it doesn't sound very fun. Because using items in battle is kind of like a big mechanic. It just makes it seem like it's gonna be even just more of like a slog, or you need a lot of levels or something. I mean, I'm not one to grind, but I don't know what like important items are in this. I mean, you get like SM25 items were pretty useful, but then some of these games you could just never use an item. It wouldn't really make a difference. I'm weak to fucking Bufu. Nobody has Bufu right now. So I don't really be able to do any weaknesses. I've heard also on very hard, your just normal attacks just don't do like anything, which sounds kind of lame. It's always nice to have like your normal attack kind of actually be an option occasionally. Like if all it is weakness spamming, that sounds kind of like sleepy time. And don't get me wrong, weakness spamming is like the bread and butter of all these games, but being able to have like other options still is nice. But we'll see. Like I said, I don't really know the full layout of the combat. We just got 3 party members. There's really not much depth so far. It's pretty basic. The only kind of like new thing is the mark system. which is just extra damage essentially on each weakness.
好きでしょ踊りなさいもう終わり
行くぞどうだ
やることは分かってるわね張り切っていこうあ
強いぞ
行くわ
警戒しろ
消えなさい
無理攻勢に打って出る
I like the sound mix is kind of shit, man. The music's quiet.
まだだよし
Some of the sound effects just don't have any punch to them. Doesn't else feel like the music's a little just quiet?
絶対に倒すよ
I might try to like manually adjust it.
遅いどうするつもり
食らえ
消えなさい
I mean, the voices are really loud, but
踊りなさい状況終了
luckily the game starts at everything with half volume, which is good. I like that. Ever known an SMT game to downplay its music? Very weird. Yeah, we need to find this chick still. Must be her.
ちょっとごめんなさいごめんなさい
What is this item? It's just a cure for an ailment. Yeah, I think you could change it in here. It doesn't say what it does though. It only says what they do on the main menu. I'd have to read into it. Let me Google it. They don't tell you what the difficulties do in game after, I guess, the initial choice. Standard recommended us with experience. Wants you to continue the game by using items if you get wiped out by the enemy. Hard. Physical challenge mode does not allow you to continue the game by using items to get wiped out by the enemy. Well, what else does it do? Does it change stats? This fucking website sucks, man. It doesn't even tell you that you can't use any items at all. Jesus. I don't know. Nobody's talking about this game, dude. Well, I can't get a read on it. I'm just gonna have to feel it out. Yokoso. Have you done any more Soul Hackers, Goto? Or are you asleep now? No. Oh, Jesus. And he's staying up late. He doesn't care about Splatoon at all. Oh, those are some side quests. We haven't finished. I gotta go turn this one in. Get shit on. We could have played some. Still could if you're staying up a few hours. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm a little bloated, a little tired, the allergies going. We'll try to dig into this. I'm hoping to have some fun. Let's turn it on hard mode, I guess. We'll just see how it is. I'm not one to like turn difficulties down, just up. I don't really want to like end up thinking it's unfun. There's just games I've played that it just makes the game worse. But it's not the challenge I'm afraid of. It's just poorly designed difficulties. Some it makes it better, some it makes it worse. So I just want to feel it out. I think just mindlessly picking the hardest one is always kind of a mistake. Where was the person we needed to turn this into? He was in the shop. Jesus, this FPS, man. Once again, don't play the Xbox version. You think I'd learn? Nobody optimizes last gen versions of games anymore. I wonder if this has the same issues on PS4. Is everybody we meet gonna be dead just so we can soul hack them?
また後手を踏まされたっていうの。
I guess so, because she always has to give them their ability to use demons again.
ド派手に転がってるわ。で、
いきなり手詰まりだな。
やっぱりソウルハックしかないかな、これは。
フィグに反対されるんじゃないか。大丈夫なのか。
I recognize Arrow's VA. Not from fucking Atome's, man. That Atome face.
アローも言ってたでしょ。現場の判断。才蔵からコベナントを奪った相手を確認しないと。ここで適応に時間がもったいない。プロテクトを限定解放。術式ソウルハック。シーケンススタート。
I've already had 3 of these. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. It just doesn't have fucking atmosphere yet, man. I think that's my biggest issue. Is it's just like that's what I like about SMT a lot of times is you can really get into the atmosphere almost immediately. This one is really tryhards. It just does not come across, man. So far, I'm very early in. Yeah, it does the whole, you know, parameters set, executing code 47, soul hack, you know, kind of shit like that. It's super tryhard. Which in turn makes it really generic. It kind of does that over the top kind of anime, like almost shuni kind of thing, right? But just without like the fun. Like so far we've had 3 or 4 of these in like 2 hours. Like they're not very interesting, man. I kind of felt that about some of the art style too, is it really tries hard to be like super ultra neon over the top and kind of feels generic for it. We'll see as we go with the dungeon variety and how some of the towns laid out, but I'm all for, you know, neon cities at night. You gotta have some kind of soul to them, man. We'll see.
もう冗談ばっかり。たまには真面目なこと言えないの？
そりゃ難しい。これでも子供の頃の夢はコメディアンだったからな。
It's like the same thing too, man. They start the same way and the same way, have the same formatting. You think? I don't know, man. I thought 5 had awesome atmosphere. I keep thinking about 5's atmosphere. I'm playing this, and like I just immediately was like gripped in it. I think like how cohesive the visuals and the soundtrack were just did a lot. Where in this it just doesn't have that vibe. The guys who carried it in previous games left the company, retired already. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, if all that's left is TMS people. I mean, the story... So, I mean, at this point in the game, right? I mean, SMT5's story was really interesting for a while. It's just until you find out that nothing really is going to happen that it kind of shits the bed, right? Like, it having just, like, a light story and, like, mystery was, like, fine for at least half of it. After that, it's just visuals and sound that it gets away with. Like, this doesn't have the visuals, sound, or the story yet. I mean, the entire game, yeah. I mean, the story absolutely kills most of it, like the 2/3 point. And Goto's gone now. Yeah. Once you get up to the... Pretty much, what was the tipping point? The part probably where all the gods meet together? I think that's where you kind of are like, okay, nothing good's gonna happen with the story anymore, dude. Like, the dialogue's just not really there and all the other shit. But I thought, like, just running around the environments and the music, it was really good atmosphere. I mean, like we said, I don't think they could do another game in the exact same setting, because it got a little samey by the end, but, like, I didn't have a problem with just the minute-to-minute atmosphere. I thought it was good. I thought it was its best part, really. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. And I mean, the music does the heavy lifting in most of these, I would say. But I don't think it's because the visuals are, like, horrible or anything. It's just the music's usually that good. So far, I haven't gotten that vibe from this. There's no level design or world design or... Definitely, you know, hours of exposition aren't doing it for me either. Yeah, I just hope the musician dude doesn't leave the company as well. All they got left is Meguro doing Persona. It's gonna be rough. Yeah. Well, that's true too. I think Soul Hackers 1's a good example of SMT game that makes it visually and musically. I think stuff like SMT5 gets by on that too, but mostly with music. I think 4 is similar, where like the aesthetics are cool, it works with the story, but the music like really carries. But Soul Hackers 1, yeah, kind of has the all-around atmosphere. And I wouldn't say the story brings it down in Soul Hackers either. It's not a godly story, but it's good enough to keep pushing that atmosphere. And it's paced well. I mean, say what you want about Soul Hackers, like beat to beat kind of story, but the pacing's pretty good. The dungeons are tight. You're moving to new areas pretty often. It's a 20-30 hour game, right? Yeah, for sure. Total Soul. Point is, I still think there's SMT games with atmosphere still. I mean, the last one was 5 and I thought that had good atmosphere. I don't feel much from this one yet. I think it's because this one kind of tries a little too hard, like we were saying earlier. I think it's very wordy and kind of gets bogged down and just kind of yapping. And that it tries so hard to be super high tech that it ends up just feeling kind of generic for it, right? Like everything's neon, everything's exploding. Everything's like, look at this, it's like everybody's got like tech glitches on them and we're soul hacking the world's in danger. I feel like it's like, it's overdoing it, which in turn makes it feel like it doesn't really have like a style so far. I mean, like we're really early, so it's hard to say, but Maybe I'm just biased. Maybe I'm just being really biased, but I don't know, man. I play a lot of SMT games, and usually I'm pretty into the atmosphere from like minute 1. I mean, if it's not just, I mean, concept, like A Strange Journey, it's like music, like SMT4, or it's, you know, abstract, or just interesting setups and visuals, like in 3 or something, right? Like, it's just, like, there's usually something that's like really running on all cylinders, and there's some kind of cohesion between all those that's like pretty solid. Like, even though like some of them have like iffy parts, like SMT5 story, like I feel like the sum of all parts still usually has like really strong atmosphere, especially at the beginning. Like SMT5 right in the beginning is just them hanging out in Tokyo or whatever, but even that kind of has this like kind of downbeat kind of music to it. It's kind of got like an atmosphere, and it's like really interesting, and they're not even in like the shit yet. This starts out, oh, the world's in trouble, we're some kind of AI from space and stuff, and it's just like, I think the initial instant scale, some of the tackiness of the visuals and like the music kind of just being here, like it just hasn't got me in. And we're barely playing, there's barely gameplay so far, so they're not going to get me there either. Makes for kind of a whatever time so far. I'm gonna go back to the dub, just for people watching the stream, they can hear the dialogue. The guys who create SMT were heavily directing visuals, content maps for shit up until 4. Yeah. Which, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, in almost every SMT game that I played in that era, from 1 and on, has like really good atmosphere. So it's like, in general, even if 5s was pretty good still, are we going to be getting SMT games that just don't have atmosphere anymore? Quite possibly. I mean, you're going to get Persona style still, but like, are we going to get that kind of like dark, kind of unique atmosphere anymore? I don't know. I don't know if this is the best one to like really tell, because TMS really didn't have much atmosphere in the first place. It just might be a problem with this team. But like, we'll see. I'm really curious what the next one's gonna be like, man. Like SMT6 or something. That's gonna be the big test. Yeah, in a way. I mean, I think they don't go abstract enough for it to be like that. It almost feels like a blend of 3 and 4, where 4 kind of is all grounded. I mean, grounded, right? Compared to 3, like ruin type of stuff, without much abstraction, and then like 3 is ultra abstract. I feel like it's kind of like in the middle there. And yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, you fight the Demi-Fiend and all that. They clearly were wearing SMT3 on their sleeves. I mean, you could say, I mean, the final boss is probably the SMT3 Satan or Lucifer. In a way, it feels kind of sequely, but I don't know. Personally, I didn't really get like the desert feel of 3, sure, but like 3 has a lot of like abstract and varied dungeons. And maybe it's just because 5 takes place in just big open worlds, but I just didn't really get that kind of like abstract vibe as much. I mean, that was one of the things we complained about, is that it was kind of just like too many ruins. And while I liked it for that game, I couldn't see another one doing the exact same thing. I mean, if it was more like 3, I feel like it would have a lot more variety. But maybe that's just because it had a bunch of small dungeons. That starts making me think about 5. I don't want to see small dungeons if they're like 5s, man. 5 small dungeons suck. I hope they're better than this, man, but different team. I wasn't super impressed by TMS's dungeons, so not expecting much here. I get what you're saying though, right? Like, right, they're trying to ape something. Maybe they're not confident in their own creative like world design or something. So going forwards without any like new ambition or the old creative directors, it might not turn out well. I don't know. I've heard they're not good at all, but I'm gonna try to go in with an open mind on them. I mean, the first dungeon's pretty shit, but it was like also the tutorial, so. I've just heard this game's super weak, like from everybody. Only like one person apparently though I've heard about right now said this is like decent. I mean, so far it feels pretty weak, but it's also a JRPG. We're barely started, even though we're 3 hours in. I don't know. There's just a lot, man. Like the animations and stuff. I mean, I don't know, man. I thought 5's atmosphere was pretty good. I mean, just compared to like some of the like camera work in 5, like some of the scale and just kind of like, I don't know, some of the build up, man. And then you get into this and it's just these kind of like looped, cheesy, tacky, fucking animations and like reused like memory sections, and it's just like, I don't know, man. And I'm trying to like not even compare it to Soul Hackers one that much, but I want to get started on that. Like, I was fine with the idea of a Soul Hackers game that tried to capture the same spirit but with a total different visual style. Like, oh, you know, Soul Hackers 1 is like 90s anime, kind of like, you know, future tech kind of shit, small scale. This one was going to be more, you know, high tech, internet, modern day, globalization, kind of internet focused, but with the same spirit, you know, like a small band of people kind of exploring how demons and the soul and virtual spaces, or, you know, technology kind of like intersect, but like so far it's just kind of like really generic. It doesn't have the same spirit. Like, I'm fine with like a visual overhaul. Like, I mean, of course I would just prefer Soul Hackers 2, like a pure one, but like, I mean, I'm not like an asshole about it. You need to play Ridus, you know, another low-budget SMT spin-off. Made Common got asked from a previous game for the sheer difference in direction, atmosphere, and presentation. And is it like in a good way, you mean? Where they're kind of doing the same thing as this? Like, it's the B team cobbling together shit, but they actually pull it off? Where this fails so far? Or do you mean it's like a similar issue? I don't know if what you're trying to say about Rado. And I do, yeah, I want to play Rado for sure. The Soul's off the charts? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I definitely need to play a good SMT after this. I just hope this isn't gonna be like my least favorite SMT game. I want to enjoy it, I do. I'm being hard on it, but I'm not gonna just like ignore issues I already see. It's like I'm critical of it because I really do like the series. Soul Hackers is one of my favorite games. I love SMT in general. I think they have a tone and atmosphere a lot of games just don't bother having anymore. And oh, Jack Bros. Jack Bros is like excised from my mind. I respect Jack Bros more than I do TMS. I guess I enjoyed TMS more than Jack Bros, but I feel more comfortable in saying TMS is my least favorite SMT game. Just because I respect Jack Bros for its simplicity and the system it was on. Like, it's not ultra fun. I think it's super overrated, but like TMS has so much more budget and scale and length and everything, and it just the marketing and all that, and it's just so fucking milk toast. Sorry, supposed to say, just super bland, man. I just can't respect it. I have much more disdain for that than Jack Bros, despite not having that much fun with Jack Bros, if that makes sense.
話が早くて助かるよ。
実際に俺は生きてる。ミレディに、そちらさんはごめん。
アローだ。
あんたらファントムのサマナーだろ。一度殺しと言っちゃなんだが、俺にそんな価値がある。
そこには事情が。
Like in 2 hours, we've got our whole party pretty much.
スパイに裏切り者。なるほどね。皆様いろいろ訳ありの模様。
I mean, some of these songs are decent, but they're undermixed, right? I have the sound turned up by 3, like 25% extra essentially on the music. They're undermixed, and like the situations you're in with this music, just, I mean, they can't do anything, man.
今のところ。
We're just yapping with this bastard. And I mean, we've heard this song, right?
了解。そっちの方がこちらとしても都合。
担当直入で悪いが。
実際に持って行ったのはそいつに付きした。
ゼノンか。
そのコベナントってのが何なのかはよく知らん。
それだけじゃないけどね。
現在鉄仮面のもとに3つのコベナントが。
俺をぶっ殺した連中が。
できれば殺される。
悪いな。隙をそれよりサマナーの女を見なかった。少し。
ソウルハックで見た。サイゾウが死んだ時にそばにいた人かな。
I mean, I'm not afraid to admit it. I go into this skeptical because it's Soul Hackers 2 and I like Soul Hackers 1. I go into it skeptical because TMS, and I absolutely despised almost all the initial promotional stuff. Like, but I do want to try to like it. I do want to give it a shake. But I mean, there's a hill to get over for me.
死体を見つけた時に
相手もアッシュを使ってくるあたりやることが徹底してるぜ。
もしサイゾウがファントムソサエティを
乗った
即断だね。
ファントムには貸しがあるからな。
じゃ決まり。アローだ。
構わない。戦力は大いに越したことはないしな。
私も依存はないわ。
情報共有のためにあれ。
おい。
なんだろうこれ。
All of a sudden.
トレースします。神経系に異常を確認。
ああ、
おい、しっかりしろ。
こういう時はどうすりゃいいんだ。
目立つことは避けた方がいいわ。
I'm gonna change it back to English. Not that I think the English has been very good, but it's better for the stream. And I don't think the voice acting is going to really change the dialogue much here. How I feel about it. The only thing with this sub is I could just go through it quicker. Because I can skip the VA and it doesn't really matter much.
皆さん、リンゴが目を。
そっか。フラ
はい。それで
いや、びっくりしたぜ。アイオンも気を。
俺もリンゴが人間みたいに気を失う。
ごめんね。今の私はボディがあるから人間みたいな少女。
リンゴ、今回の件についてフランマが言うには
みんなをアクシスに連れて
事態の緊急性を鑑みそのような判断が
オッケー。それじゃあ早速
待ってください。戦闘準備を整え。
何それ。アクシスで
私も詳しいことを。
フランマ。
何にせよ
結局それが一番。
それは構わないけど。
All of a sudden we have a full party and we're already going on the missions. I don't know. It's like it's all exposition, but then it's got like a breakneck pace as soon as you get out of the exposition zone.
悪い。戦闘になるっていうなら準備しておきたいんだ。いろいろ。
そうだな。今後も必要になるだろう。
すみませんリンゴ。私は別行動でお願いし。
そっちも了解。
I don't know, man. It just feels really like generic and sloppy. hard to put my finger on a lot of it too. Something about just the kind of like the stilted kind of pace of it and just lack of atmosphere and exposition dumps and all that. It's just... all the day one DLC and shit too, man, that's got me a little peeved. Pretty extensive. Yeah, I mean, some of the music's not too bad. I've had to crank the volume up to even have it be audible. And it's not in service of much, but...
Let's keep at it. Hey, hello.
I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Hey, what up, Outcast? Alright. Where do they want us again? The Mansai realm? No, did it not? Weird. I just use the Discord a lot of the time.
This place is packed. And they've just got demons out on the street here.
This is Monse. I guess
Turn up the voice acting a bit.
private district. A city space only summoners can enter.
What? Normal people aren't allowed in?
As far as I understand it, there's a barrier set up. It doesn't just keep civilians out. It makes it so that they're not even curious about the place.
Huh. Yeah, I can see how that'd work. As long as the human's not interested in something, they'll let us. So where are we headed, Saizo?
Well, deep.
Compsmith, the devil summoner's best friend.
Let's keep at it. Hey! Hello!
Hey, hello.
Yo.
Sorry?
A devil summoner's best friend doesn't tell me much. What exactly do they do here?
Well, you go to Compsmith to customize your comp. And every devil summoner needs a good comp. The technician here's young, but she knows what she's doing. And her clientele proves it. Even the veterans go to her.
Love the flattery, Saizo, but it's not gonna get you a discount.
What's the deal, Tara? I'm bringing customers in the door. You can't cut me a little finder's fee.
A customer is not a sale. You know I don't do discounts anyway. Hey lady, the name's Tara, but everyone just calls me Tara.
Ugh, sometimes I'm just like, God, I don't care for the dub at all, but then on the flip side, I'd rather have the English for the stream, and it's not like the worst thing ever.
I'm Ringo. Pleasure's all mine.
If you ever have any comp issues, or if you just get the itch to overclock it, spice that
I feel like
baby
I've
up
heard
a little,
Tatara's voice
then you
actor a
just bring it
bazillion times, and I've never liked her.
Here, Ringo. This should be enough for a little tinkering. How about you see how she works?
I'm guessing we'll almost never hear her again.
Saizo? You really don't mind?
Don't worry about it. I owe you a lot more than this, and hey, if you'd rather just get down to business and chase our leads, we can always customize it later. When you're ready, you can drop by that place you were talking about. The Axis, right?
What'll it be this time?
Yeah, the shops definitely don't have the same same appeal that the Soul Hackers 1 shops do. It's not feel distinct enough, and obviously there's not enough pizzazz to them, right? There's not like any cutscenes or crazy shit going on. It's kind of generic. Attack +3. Increases MP costs.
Want this be all? Thanks.
Like permanent upgrades.
Want this be all? Thanks.
So
Want this be all? Thanks. Need anything else?
sell 2 shocker pots, man. Bombs alive. Free DLC, man. I don't really need money right now, though.
Anything else? Hey! This will help you out. Want the scoop? Need anything else? Come again!
You!
There's no point in talking to these people.
Well...
Hello!
Aren't you a little snag? Come closer, let me see your face. Don't worry, honey. I don't bite.
Sorry, who are you?
Me? I'm Lena, the owner here at Yang Yang Palace. Charmed.
And what exactly do you sell here?
I can smell the darkness on you, honey. I think our secret menu has exactly what you're looking for.
Do I really smell that much?
What's with every shop having just some crazy Dutch angle, man?
Relax, honey, I'm an expert. Trust me, my nose is always right. We have quite a stock of curiosities some might call shady.
Sounds like you know what you're doing. I'll be sure to drop by when I need something with a little extra kick.
Oh, but don't forget, you'll have to supply your own raw materials. Strict store policy.
Stop putting ice in my mini fridge. So like the ice freezer part, which is kind of like right at the top, is
You're always so cute.
Stat-ups. And big items.
Well, hello. Appreciate your patronage.
Damn it.
Hee-haw.
Get lost!
Okay. I don't know why they count some of these as new when we've already been there. And they just count it as new because it adds the warp to your thing. Should just be new if I've never been there.
Good to see you. Do you please come again?
That's a pretty heavy question. Well, soul hacking is not really a thing. At least not in the first game. In this, I don't know what it is. It just revives people from the dead and reads their memories or some shit. First game was just called Soul Hackers. It wasn't really like a thing they did. So they changed that for some reason. I'm going to soul hack. The Axis. I barely know these people.
I can't
They're just
believe
here.
a big underground complex like this actually exists.
It's at the bottom of the ocean. Used to be a big abandoned facility, but we fixed it up a little. Now we use it for whatever we want.
Okay. How did we just end up at the bottom of the ocean? We just walked over here?
Unreal. Looks like it goes on forever.
Shame it looks so synthetic, but I can't deny there's a certain sense of grandeur to it.
This is the core of Ion. It's where Fig and I were born. The amount of info at our disposal here allows us to pretty accurately calculate future events.
Wow, that's epic, too. Be a shame if the bad guys got their hands on this.
About the end of the world. Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like you're back on your feet just yet.
Nah, I'm fine, really. I can handle it.
Hey, don't push it, Ringo.
Welcome to the Axis, Devil Summoners. Or perhaps I should just call you humans. I am Flamma.
Whoa! The hell's that coming from?
Never mind the introductions. We're here for Ringo.
Agreed. What exactly is going on with her?
Understood. I'll get right to the point. Based on my observations, Ringo's condition is a result of her continued soul hacking.
I'd considered that as a possibility. I just didn't think it would have such an impact.
I don't really get how it all works, but yeah, normally you can't just bring people back from the dead without some sort of catch.
Isn't that the truth? Actually, I might be getting a pretty good deal if this is as bad as it's gonna get, don't you think?
Well, let's not get carried away. I still owe you one, and you can bet I'm gonna pay you back. So, no giving up the ghost till we're squared away, alright?
Was this the guy whose last name was Kuzunoa? Or was that somebody else? Gotta randomly have Shark Teeth Man be the next Kuzunoa or something.
Oh, better get the most out of you while I can then. Just so you guys know, none of this is your fault, okay?
I agree with Ringo. The soul hacks were a necessary measure. Soul hacking allows an agent of Ion to interact with a human soul. But it requires a link to the target's soul, or their psyche, if you'd rather phrase it that way. I surmise that when the link was created between you, it caused an unforeseen abnormality to surface. It would be extremely dangerous to continue searching for the Covenants without addressing this first.
Alright, well, is there any way to get rid of this so-called abnormality?
Indeed there is. It is for that reason that I called you here.
What do you mean? Give it to us straight for once.
In order to remove Ringo's abnormality, I've prepared a specific countermeasure.
Really cutting our work out for us, ain't you?
Alright, Flamma. What do we need to do?
Rather than explain, it would be best if you saw for yourselves. If you would please head that way.
Another cube world. Awesome. The abstract world full of cubes. Interesting if somebody spent the time to make like some kind of super cut
just keeps on
of
going.
how many abstract cube worlds there were in games. That'd be pretty fucking large. Mostly a JRPG thing.
Wait, this seems familiar somehow.
This area is known as the Soul Matrix.
The Soul Matrix?
Based on information acquired through Ringo's soul hacking, Ion has created a physical representation of your mental pathways. Here, they manifest as a labyrinth of sorts.
Soul hacking? Alright, back when...
The reference data comprised not only your experiences, but Ringo's previous observations in your mind space. Expect some familiar sights.
They really went above and beyond.
It's hard to believe we're still underground. Ion's power really is incredible.
You are currently standing at the heart of
Wow,
the Soul
X
Matrix,
thing is really
from which the
impressive.
labyrinth continues in 3 different directions.
All games are abstract cube worlds. Yeah, if the cubes are the pixels, then yes.
Does this mean that this labyrinth of yours is connected to each one of our souls?
That is correct. The structure before you is reflecting in real time the mental state of the summoners linked with Ringo.
So what does this labyrinth have to do with this problem Ringo's dealing with?
Allow me to clarify. The source of the abnormality causing Ringo's malaise has been detected in Arrow's sector. Ion's conjecture is that in soul-hacking Arrow, Ringo was...
What? Does that mean there's something wrong with my mind? Hold on. I didn't do anything wrong,
It's
did I?
backstory
Hard to know
time.
without seeing for ourselves. But I think I get what Flam was saying. Basically, we just have to head into Arrow's sector and eliminate whatever's causing the problem, right?
I've concluded that this would be the most effective solution, yes.
For this, Fasta? The Nocturne Event Scene Director. Chief Designer. Event scene. Like all the cutscenes, pretty much. All the cutscenes and Chief Designer. I don't know what all that entails, but it sounds like they'd have a lot of input on presentation and stuff. There's a lot of people who work on games, so I can't give them all the credit for SMT3's atmosphere, but if we could, then they've dropped pretty far, because this has very little engaging atmosphere. The generic cube world, very cool, dude. The shipping container area. I mean, that's the thing, is shipping container area would be fine. If there's shipping container areas in Soul Hackers 1, and it's fine, but it's just like how it slots into everything and the pace of it. Makoto Miyaichi, yeah, that's the stuff I'm really curious about. The writing so far has been ultra boring, man. I wouldn't be surprised if I would care less about the aesthetics if we were actually just more engaged with the story and moving along at a bit more of an interesting rate, or interesting things were happening. I mean, we're usually just standing in rooms talking for like hours, man. Just like Tokyo Mirage sessions. Like, I guess if we were just busting through some of these, like with Soul Hackers 1 pace, then I probably wouldn't care as much. The super hack. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I mean, you could have some people who know what they're doing, but like be brought down by the rest of it, or the budget, or maybe they've just kind of fallen out of skill. I don't know. Or I mean, maybe in the past they were uplifted by their team, like a Kojima situation. I don't know. But we can at least say, yeah, the writing seems about on par with what I'd expect of Tokyo Mirage sessions.
Mind losing that dismal look on your face?
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, I guess if you get thrown into a director, producer role and maybe you're more just focused on cutscenes and shit. I mean, as a director, I mean, you might be just handling. I mean, it depends, I'm sure, where, but director and producer, I imagine, might just be handling more large, like a bigger variety of like broader decisions and like human management than really just like, hey, I'm the guy who's really good at making cutscenes, right? Mind hack, soul hack? Yeah, I don't like the idea of soul hack being an actual thing, at least not in the way they're using it. I don't know, man. Just like, hey, we're just gonna like delve into somebody's mind in some kind of abstract game section. It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, it was like a Code Vein. It's in like, you get all these little games where they do it, and it can be fine, it can be good. It just feels really generic. That's the game. It just feels ultra generic. And then we're doing it in the cube world. Yeah, I mean, the AI Somnium files. So it's like, okay, you know, they're not doing anything really new and fresh. That's fine. Maybe they're gonna execute it well. But then it's like, well, I mean, they've shown like the same cutscene 3 or 4 times for each soul hack. And all of these like little cutouts of like, you know, micro events of the best people's lives. And it's all just this very generic cube, you know, glitchy tech thing. And it just, I don't know, man. It just doesn't have any fucking atmosphere. It feels super generic. It's like if you're just gonna do the same thing everybody else is doing and then you're not gonna like fucking try to do it better, it's like, well, it's just gonna feel really fucking bland, man.
Calm down, guys. You can pick all the fights you want later, but right now, we've got a job to do. Let's go take a look at this arrow sector.
Like, I don't know, man. When the first couple hours of your game is just all exposition and then breakneck, like, character introductions and, like, minimal backstory with almost no actual events happening, it's just like, oof. We'll see how this is. Maybe this will be impressive. Maybe we're gonna get really into the characters and there's gonna be some really cool stuff here. This is where it begins, man. Yeah, I haven't played Devil Survivor 2 or 1 yet, but straight into main quest, yeah. Yeah, it just instantly starts big scale, lots of technobabble. Just lots of yapping, standing around. And I mean, if you've got really strong dialogue, I mean, I could just stand in a room and listen, you know, like a Disco Elysium. Maybe they stand around rooms all the time and talk. It's interesting. But this does not have the quality of writing for it so far. The story or just the game itself? Okay. It's like I was under the impression it was better.
In the arrow sector and stabilize Ringo's mental state.
Oh, and 2, okay. Yeah, we'll see. I'll get around to it. I don't need Tokyo Mirage Sessions to be my least favorite SMT game. If something is worse, then it's worse. We'll see. Gameplay's better, but story's worse.
Whoa, we got demons just strolling around the place. What's going on here?
Did it just disappear? So this soul matrix is in our minds? Because I can already tell it's going to be a headache.
Nice.
Why are there demons here? Is that because of Ringo's condition?
We're still investigating possible reasons, but as of now, the presence of demons in the soul matrix is yet unexplained. Based on current observations, they're not limited to Arrow's sector. We have demons roaming.
What's going on here? Tokyo Mirage Sessions is the one that was going to be an SMT crossover with Fire Emblem, but it ends up being a idol, like a J-pop idol kind of game, focused on a bunch of different like some kind of pop idol entertainment people fighting like evil darkness in Shibuya. And then it tries to incorporate a little Fire Emblem right at the end. It's very bland. No matter what you think about it, how they like romanticize the idol industry, it's still just a really bland game. The gameplay gets extremely tedious and slow after a while, and the level design and especially the story just do not do anything, man, for me. But anyways, those same people made this. That's why we always joke this is TMS2, but it's, I mean, obviously it's not.
Huh. So us summoners are infested with demons down to our hearts and minds, huh? Guess that's just karma.
Investigating the soul matrix further might help us pinpoint the cause of Ringo's condition.
I mean, I like that there's animated sprites in this at least. I'll give that for sure.
So we still don't really know what's causing it.
Under the current circumstances, we would be better served finding a practical solution than a theoretical one.
They just talk a lot in this, man. Like, you could really just summarize that there's just something wrong with his mind and there's a mystery and we talk about it as we go. And just be like, whoa, that's weird, there's demons here. And we just start beating on the demons and it kind of unveils itself what it's actually going on. Instead, it's just like, we're just fucking keep
Therefore, I will limit our current investigation to the Arrow sector, which seems to be the source of our issue.
Works for me. I'm not wild about walking into a construct of my own mind anyway.
No point wasting time. Let's head for the Arrow
It
sector.
might be, because, I mean, it's an Atlas game. They probably draw from a lot of the same talent.
Drone?
I finally caught up. You can see me, right? What do you think? How do I look?
This thing certainly is friendly.
It could be dangerous. I'll just shoot it.
Oh, funny.
Wait, I'm not dangerous. It's me, Fig.
Fig? Why are you a bird thing?
I'm not just a bird thing. This is Mimi the owl. It's a drone form I'm using for reconnaissance here. Ringo was worried about our surveillance abilities in our normal forms, so this seems like a good fix.
I take it this is the preparation you were talking about.
Exactly. With Mimi, I can serve as mission support for you all.
The mascot.
Support.
You know, detecting hostiles, surveilling local threats.
Makes sense. That could be useful. I have to ask though, why make yourself this owl thing? Where did Mimi come from?
Well, Mimi is short for Mimizuku, and that's a word for an owl. But it's not that important. I guess I just like the look. Drone production and control is pretty easy for Ion.
It is Kasumi.
I might
Okay.
as well make something cute.
Not surprised.
Cute's not really my thing. How about a babe drone with some curves and sultry style?
Denied.
Aw, come on, Fig. Curvy babe! Curvy babe!
Denied.
Hey, you said it was easy to change things up, right? Take it from me. Humans love change. Can't get enough of it.
Sure, and that's why you're pushing this so hard.
So how about it? You could always switch back.
Denied. Complain all you like, but I'm sticking with Mimi.
You said it wasn't a big deal, but you sound pretty attached to her.
Anyway, I think I'll be using Mimi to help you guys out from now on. Let's do our best, team. We can do this.
She's so perky now. Was Fig always like this?
Hidden depths, I guess. I can imagine she's usually too busy.
Sometimes all it takes is the right mask, and you can play a different side of yourself.
Whoa, deep, dude.
Seems like she's having fun with it anyway. Should be
Does
fun.
that have something to do with Iron Mask, your boyfriend?
Now, onward to the Soul Matrix. Let's...
make it happen.
No issue. Says we have a new request. No, did you care? I've been going at it slow. We did a couple hours a few days ago. Try to get through a bit more today. Good luck, Outcast. Godspeed. Man, I just want to get back to the request area, dude. Have to go through like a lot of different menus, dude. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I'd ask how you're enjoying it, but I don't think either of us are really that far in. Not really much has happened in 4 hours.
This is a request from a fellow summoner.
Right.
I humbly ask this of you.
Find him in the Monsai realm.
This is a request from a...
I need another summoning. I mean, if I could pick up requests before we go in a dungeon, that'd be fine, but
listen
I don't know if that's what's happening.
I humbly ask this. What do you think? Do you have any other business? Please come again.
Okay. Sondo. Sondo. Monsai. Alright. Hopefully my sinuses can relax a bit, man. So I woke up with some bad allergy action happening.
Sorry? By the way.
This is for the bounty hunt. Dark summoner by the name of Rock.
You got this.
East Shopping District. I didn't want to get too negative on you right away, Kyrie, because I didn't want to be a downer. But yeah, it's been absolutely boring so far. Not very engaging. I think it's a mix of it being pretty much all exposition, being too wordy, and really no actual events happening. They kind of do a lot of just talking in rooms. Very little gameplay. The atmosphere hasn't grabbed me. We had a big talk about how most SMT games you play, the atmosphere really kicks in almost immediately and really grabs you. And I just haven't felt that in this. Some of it feels a little tacky. While the music's not bad, I just don't think it's been like really been able to like carry the story so far. We'll see. It's really early, so I don't want to be like overkill on it yet, but yeah, as of right now, it's pretty... Definitely hasn't grabbed me. I'm gonna play through it because I'm a big fan of the series, but...
Welcome. Huh?
It's just something about the presentation and the exposition, and it immediately starts like massive scale, and you already have all your party members, and it's just like just how the dialogue is just written in general. Like I don't know, just hasn't got me. That's for sure.
Listen up.
We'll see now we're exploring mines. We'll see how that is after the side quest here. 3 replica accessories. Monza.
Got it? See ya.
Yeah, I agree, Cairo. I mean, yeah, it's like if you're willing to stick through the game enough, you're gonna have like probably some kind of investment, and maybe it does just like the events pick up, but I mean, having that good initial showing is really important, right? I mean, whether you start it slow like SMT1, and it kind of, you know, it starts small and it builds into this more atmospheric, big scale kind of thing, or like just starting big, like 3 or something. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't know where I'm going with it. I think most of it's just the problem with the dialogue and the atmosphere. Like I said, just too much exposition, not interesting enough characters, or any really time to get into the characters. Instant giant scale and objectives for the whole game, and just breakneck pace of like finding all your new people and shit. It's just kind of a tour de force and shitty writing so far. Well, we'll see. Some bonsai. No, it's like I'm all fine with slow burn and stuff, but I mean, slow burn has purpose, and I mentioned earlier, like something like a Disco Elysium. I mean, you just stand in rooms and talk in Disco Elysium all the time, but it's interesting because the dialogue is engaging. Whether it's just funny or relatable or just covering some kind of neat topic, or there's some kind of interesting choice or event going on. Like, it's just in this, it's just nothing, dude. I feel like it's just in one ear, out the other half the time. The Ringer rap.
Huh?
Yeah, the raps were something. I don't remember Ringo's rap. I just remember the one guy rapping. Or maybe he was rapping about Ringo, I missed it.
But alas.
I think it was his the delivery that didn't get me. He didn't really have any like any flow, or it just sounded like somebody reading off a rap. That's the problem. But I mean, I'm glad they kind of still try to have fun characters, I guess, like that. That's one thing I liked in Soul Hackers 1, was all the like kind of unique, like kind of colorful, I don't want to say colorful in like a quirky way, but like, you know, there's a lot more personality between the characters, all the different devil summoners and shit. You know, you had a guy with like a saxophone comp or a guitar comp, and in this they still tried to have that. The guy who had like Knuckles comps or whatever. And conceptually, I like that they still do that.
I'm counting on counting on you.
Where does this nerd want me to go? Soul Matrix. East Shipping District. Yeah, it depends. I've always really liked how mainline SMT kind of handles its story. It doesn't have like, if you're looking for like literal hours of story to gameplay, it's not as focused on that. But a lot of them kind of focus on like kind of quality important bits of story that kind of elevate atmosphere and keep you interested while you're doing like what's mostly gameplay. I think it's one thing to be like SMT doesn't have good story versus SMT doesn't have a lot of story. I think a lot of SMT games have like solid stories, but they're just kind of like more focused on uplifting atmosphere and shit. I think stuff like Strange Journey has like legit solid stories though. And a lot of them just kind of focus, like I said, on like atmosphere, like certain themes or cool concepts, right? Like Strange Journey has really cool concept. SMT5 has one of the worst SMT stories. See, that was my problem, is like SMT3 doesn't have much story, but what it like sets up and each cutscene it does deliver like has some kind of purpose and it's like still interesting. Like SMT5 is like mostly build up and then it kind of just doesn't do shit with it, and what it does do is kind of ass. So while it does have really good atmosphere, we were talking about this earlier, it's mostly because of the visuals and the music. Once the story really kicks in and that, it's not very good. I gotta know. Like, it doesn't have much actual hours of story like a lot of SMTs, but what's there is not very quality is the problem. Or you get something like an SMT2 or 4 or Strange Journey or Soul Hackers, and it's like, it's all there in service of like everything else. It doesn't feel like anything's like really just outright ass. I mean, it's fine if you just want to play something that's mostly dialogue. I'm not saying you're wrong on that. I just think how most SMT games do stories, it's not about like hours of dialogue, it's about usually quality or dialogue with some kind of purpose. 5's probably one of the worst stories in the series though, sadly. Not atmospheres or anything, just stories. So yeah, that's probably not the best one. I think if you want more like actual traditional story, yeah, something like SMT4 or like Digital Devil Saga or something like that, or Soul Hackers is the way to go, the first one. Strange Journey might not have as much. Strange Journey has a really cool story and concept, but it has a lot of gameplay. It's just, like, while it has a lot of story, it also has just a shitload of gameplay, so. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, you'd probably like Digital Devil Saga more. Or like I said, SMT4. SMT4 has good amount of story in it. Yeah, it depends. I mean, Strange Journey is a first-person dungeon crawler, and the moments where you're doing first-person dungeon crawling are pretty long, but it's really fun. But the actual concept and how often the story kicks in outside those sections is pretty often. I guess SMT3 has probably got like a few hours of story, where Strange Journey has quite a bit more. So. But yeah. Yeah, 5's definitely not the best one for figuring out if you like the story SMT, sadly. That and balance was my biggest issue with 5. I still liked 5 a lot, but yeah, definitely not because of the narrative. Make a deal. It says the broader region where Monster Island, so sounds like that's where I'm headed. So where did this guy say he wanted to go?
I'm counting on you.
Yeah, I mean none of them have as much as like Persona or something though. I mean if that's like your minimum requirement, then yeah, I don't think any SM2 is gonna have Persona levels of dialogue. I think like a Digital Devil Sagas or like a Devil Survivor is as close as it's gonna get. Because Digital Devil Saga is more like a traditional JRPG, I would say, and its story gameplay split. I feel like out of mainline games, SM2-4 is probably as close as it's gonna get. During Dungeon Crawlers, I got my hands on a pristine Kaiachinashi Nexus, and it's mega rare here. Whoa. Just 5 to get in physical, now it's over 100. Wow, damn. Yeah. I played through 3 for the first time recently, that was really cool, but... yeah, man, I imagine a lot of those aren't in print, and, I mean, Jesus. 3DS ain't fucking really a thing anymore, and I don't know when the next Dead Train's coming out. They said they're working on it. Fuck, I don't know. We'll see. You gonna hold on to it or maybe try to sell it?
Make it happen.
I mean, it's repeatable. I don't really care about doing that. About the collection, yeah, I respect that. I don't think I've ever sold any of my games. Make it around to playing it. Well, if you don't like pure gameplay, that's not gonna be for you. Well, yeah, as a collection item, I get that for sure. I wish I had the money to still get to collect as much. I mainly just rent and buy shit on cheap sales. I mean, I'll still buy games physically when I can, but
That was close.
I do a lot of renting.
Look out! Incoming! That was close.
Because I'm a cheap bastard who plays through a lot of stuff. Are they gonna have to hear this bird talk all the time?
What?
Really weird, huh? Interesting. Yeah, because I mean, those are like pure gameplay. Maybe it's because they just like make no qualms about it. Like when you go in a train game, you know what you're getting, right? And it's just like pure fucking like 99% gameplay. Or maybe something like SM2 you're expecting, maybe something a little different, or I don't know, man. I guess expectations and stuff like that. Kinda.
I get you.
Or I don't know, maybe he's really big into the first person dungeon crawling. But if you really like those, I mean, Strange Journey is the same kind of gameplay.
Yeah. But
Hey man, whatever. However you can enjoy things. Nothing wrong with being a little inconsistent, a little flaky. As long as you're enjoying yourself. So have you been playing anything else, or are you mostly focused on trying to get through some Soul Hackers?
damn it. Give me your best shot.
They're strong.
Here
Be
goes.
on your guard.
Wish we had more data.
Gonna go with that, Sizo?
Might work.
Got it!
The resist.
I know we can.
Here I come.
You gonna try it out?
The resist.
What are you
Right.
thinking?
I hope this works. How's that?
We can't. Yeah, good plan.
Let's stay calm.
No way to tell. Here goes.
The block.
Good. How about this? Come on!
What are you
I'll
thinking?
handle this.
You gonna try it out?
Taking a gamble? Fine.
Tired body deep in Dead by Daylight right now.
You know what to
You
do.
I never thought I'd play and enjoy. I've watched a fair bit of Dead by Daylight.
Oh,
But,
got anything?
I haven't had the pleasure to play much. I've always been interested in some of the crossovers they've done,
Got this.
You mind?
Just in case.
I owe you.
like Silent Hill and shit.
What's our opener?
You like that?
I always see people bitching about it, but I think it's one of those things where anybody who's played any multiplayer game for a really long time just tends to end up bitching at the devs. Because they're just so in tune with every like minor change and what's wrong with the game, so it's hard to get a feel.
I'll burn it
I don't know how
all.
many new players get into Dead by Daylight.
Too late for regrets now.
Oh, we completed Endwalker, nice. Yeah, I just went through the patch. I'm pretty burned out, so I might skip the next patch and just kind of come in when there's a bit more content. But it's good stuff. I'm still loving FF. I'm looking forward to getting a hold of the expansion music.
Come on!
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
We gotta win this.
Got it.
No matter what.
How's this gonna go?
Gonna go with that,
Easy
Sizo?
shot.
Yeah, a lot of those crossovers seem pretty fun.
We're in bad shape if they're not out yet. I got this.
I have one healer right now.
You know what
Fine.
to do.
I'll get serious.
Remember, they might
Not that.
Got a hunch?
Can you handle this? How's this?
As long as we work together.
You don't have
We
to
got
tell
this.
me. That works.
Yeah, they've always just done a really good job. The new patch music's great.
Out of my way.
They're very clean on that. You guys have a lot of health, man. It's because I'm playing on hard. Everything's just really slow. I only have like a single heal. There's not really much I can do.
I'll handle this.
What do you think?
Guess I could use an item.
Well,
That'd be helpful.
Come on, get in gear.
Thanks, Sizo.
See, this is where I wouldn't want to play on very hard
Don't be a hero.
because
I'll try and
I would just have a lot less depth. Like I like being able to use an item if I need to, right? Like, I'm not really interested in just like having even less options in the gameplay. It already seems very fucking simple.
we can still make it.
I mean, we're very early, so we'll see.
My turn. You like
It's
that?
all you.
Go for it, Milady.
That works.
Do your
I
thing,
know.
Milady.
Not bad. Let's roll.
Give it a shot.
Out of my way.
Dude, I don't. I'm very wary about playing on harder difficulties because I tend to, I don't trust devs sometimes, man. They tend to make, I mean, a lot of people can make really shitty difficulties that limit the options or just slow the pace of the game down. I was used Wolfenstein the Old Blood as a good example recently of a bad one. It goes from a game where you can like flow around and swap weapons and in adapt to different situations, and it turns it into just a cover shooter because of the difficulty of it, and it's just like, it's not fun. But I've had enough people tell me that this is like giga easy on normal that I figured I'd try hard and see how it is. I've heard very hard is just like your normal attacks don't do anything, every fight turns into like a 20-minute thing. That doesn't sound very fun. I mean, I don't think the combat's interesting enough to want to like get some kind of gamer cred for it. But I mean, hey, I might switch to it if I think it's interesting, but yeah, I could totally understand that. I usually just play on normal. To me, normal should be like what's the intended experience. And I mean, nowadays, because of how widespread games are, how many people play them, what people consider intended might be, yeah, maybe a little undertuned for me, but I'd still rather play it safe. Especially in a JRPG.
Smart choice. Okay.
Because a lot of the times you can just optimize and beat the game's ass harder, and that's pretty rewarding in its own right. Or something like Bayonetta. I always like playing Bayonetta on the harder difficulties, but they actually like require you to like reflexively like get better, and they have like new attacks and you adapt to the situation and shit. I don't know. In a lot of these JRPGs, it's just like more stats or something, and it's like, is that really pushing? I mean, that can push, I guess, the depth of the game, right? You have to start using different strategies and really optimize your team. But on the other hand, it could just turn into a slog, so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not like I always play every game on the hardest difficulty guy. I'm a adapt to what's the best experience kind of guy. And I tend to start on like a normal and then work it from there. If it lets you. That was a problem with 5, is you couldn't up the difficulty in 5. 5 had a big problem with really bad balance by the end. It was really easy. It was like good challenge in the first third, and then it got like way too easy. But you couldn't change it, so it didn't matter. Yeah, I agree, Cairo. I mean, they don't put in the time to like make the other difficulties really feel developed. Like new abilities and, you know, really trying to make you explore like something's combat to the max, right? Like maybe on normal you could cheese, but on the hardest difficulties you're gonna have to, you know, explore all the game systems. And I feel like a lot of times it's the opposite. I feel like you can explore more on like lower difficulties sometimes, and then you're kind of stuck in that like stat grind area. Some of the harder ones. Some games are great about it. I mean, I like East. We always crank it for East. Most action games I crank it. They're just more rewarding on that front, but SMT I tend to just play on normal. It helps that most SMT games don't have difficulties. They're just usually like one baseline. And I'm super skeptical of this game, so I'm not expecting them to put out a whole lot of like fucking thought into the difficulties.
I'm not your babysitter.
Do your thing, Melody.
That's my thing, because on very hard you can't use items anymore, and I'm like, well Jesus, that's just like, I'm not like a huge item user in it, like JRPGs anyways, but it is a level of like extra depth and strategy. And I'd rather have a difficulty that like makes me think about my item usage than a difficulty that just removes them, because that just sounds like, okay, then all I have is weakness exploits, dude. And like that sounds really boring. Yeah, that's most RPGs really, my experience. They're all hard at the beginning, and then once you optimize, it's like, what can you do? Because I mean, you gotta think about it, like, so if you're a super min-maxer and you play like perfectly and you optimize your team to be godly every time, you know, they have to design the game around, you can't have designed around that person, right? Like, otherwise it's going to be just way too hard for everybody. So there's always going to be that, like, median, I feel like they're going to be at. And then you're just kind of going to get, like, wildly stronger. And I feel like that's how a lot of RPGs work.
You know what to do.
I think a hard difficulty should like expect you to be that kind of min-max sort of person and use like all the mechanics.
Well, you know, pushover. I'll be okay.
But instead, yeah, you usually just kind of get like really far and above like the actual.
Feeling a little worn out,
I'll be
Sizo?
okay.
You mind?
I feel like the
We need to watch
median,
ourselves.
the average, yeah, difficulty.
Got some fight left in us.
You didn't have
I don't think they're all like that. I think Strange Journey had a good difficulty curve.
Looks promising.
Go for it, Ringo.
That game was always pretty hard, and by the end it was at its hardest.
That'll work.
Give him hell, Ringo.
I mean, I guess technically in a lot of JRPGs, your hardest thing's going to be the very end, but
Switching to offense.
there was more than just like one challenge that was hard in Strange Journey. There was a few.
Hang in there, Ringo.
I owe you.
My turn. Let's finish this.
I don't know. I don't know exactly where I'm going with it. I think video game difficulty is just kind of this malleable thing that people should just take on a case-by-case basis.
Doing that anyway. Out of my way.
I think it's good to want to challenge yourself, but I don't think getting obsessed over being like, you know, I have to play on the hardest difficulty, even at the cost of possible fun, is really, it's something to, I feel like, watch out for.
We're just getting started.
Sorry.
Because some devs just don't put in the thought to what makes like a game fun, or what would be the most kind of fun difficulty, or put in the budget to really add things that would actually challenge people in like a rewarding way.
Easy shot.
We're still in this, right? And that should do the
Yeah,
trick.
some games do a really good job. I always like 2E's difficulty, because if you could crank it up on the fly, like right there on the spot, and when you did, you got more rewards for it, and it was like a big part of like how the game's gameplay worked, was you constantly adjusting difficulty.
Remember to pace yourself.
You know, that's so much more rewarding than like, you know, okay, the fight's gonna take like 10 hours or something. I can't tell if this fight's really long because I'm under leveled, or because I turned it on hard. I would say this is pretty boring.
Remember to pace yourselves, everyone.
Here I come.
Looks like it'll work.
Do your thing, Milady.
I was doing that anyway.
Great. I'll be okay.
Feeling a little worn out, Sizo?
Safe than sorry.
That'd be helpful.
Come on, get in gear.
Thanks for looking out.
Cheese it or die, yeah, I think that's kind of my deal.
As long as we work together.
Looks promising.
We got this.
Give him hell, Ringo.
Good plan, Arrow. Got so.
Great job, Ringo, with this power.
Help me out here.
You're gonna let it end like this,
Nice
are you?
save.
Too late for regrets now.
In a perfect world, I would always prefer a game that has just a very well-honed, well-thought-out difficulty curve. Just a single difficulty that's just like, just perfectly how the dev wants it. But, I get that's not how it is. And that can't be perfectly done because, you know, all sorts of people have different skill levels and interests and shit.
This might take a while.
That's kind of just how I prefer it, I suppose.
Safe than sorry.
We need to watch ourselves.
You mind?
Cover me.
That'll help.
Up and at him, Ringo.
I owe you.
Had a few.
I got this.
Cover me.
Milady, are you
Yeah,
alright?
thanks.
I know we
I'm
can
not
do
your
this.
babysitter.
That's it, Milady.
You don't have to tell me. Did that hurt?
It has a lot of health, man. And we have very little options.
You think you've won?
Sorry. Guys.
I just keep spamming shit. There's really no counterplay right now.
They're actually fine.
Looks like
Okay,
it'll
Go
work.
ahead, Ringo. We're
go. I got this.
We're just kind of sitting here.
We're still in this, right?
That's it, Melody.
We would need to switch demons. Since you can't switch demons on the fly, I feel like there's not much you can do except just restart the fight. Like, I could switch to the eat hole demon or whatever and that'd be fine, but... Like, we're probably gonna beat him, but... So far there's nothing going on. I mean, we're really early in the game, we have like no skills, so...
Looks like it'll work.
Gonna lay into the game too much, but...
Good idea. Go ahead, Ringo.
Hopefully he still gets XP.
Felt like a close one.
No, demons are equipment in this game. I don't know if he got any XP, I forgot to check.
Any medicine?
Yeah, you just like equip them. That's kind of whatever. Where do I even see my XP? I've always hated no XP after death. I feel as though I was one of the worst. Like, genre staples. Because I'd rather be able to incorporate death into a strategy, make like a last push, or be willing to sacrifice a teammate, or... Like, I feel like when you have to keep like everybody up because you're worried about the reward, it kind of just like slows the end of some of these down, or like limits certain kinds of strategies. I've never been a big fan. Obviously it doesn't make a huge difference, but...
Look out! Incoming! That was close. Incoming!
It's another thing with difficulties too, is like, man, if you just don't like the game that much, like struggling more with any of the combat, like, will just make you hate it even more. Sometimes that like
Get ready.
smoother just like finish is probably just better for some games. We'll see where this stands.
Now we can relax.
Maybe we'll come back.
Yo. I knew you guys. Sorry? By the way,
I don't know. I was always 30 levels above the story, even by the end of the game, so. If you do side content, yeah, you're always going to be over leveled. Once the game opened up, I was at least 20 to 30 levels over every story quest. The game's main story is pretty much balanced for you to just bust through the story without much regards to side content. Which, I mean, well, there's an example of difficulty being weird. That's another thing with JRPG difficulty is like because of stats and grinding and like optional content, you can kind of like end up twisting the difficulty in whichever direction you want based on what kind of player you are. So it always just kind of feels like a thing. Like that's why I kind of mention a lot of the times like there's fun in like optimizing and beating things harder. Not always that there's like a challenge you gotta actually work towards beating, but like, you know, you're like, oh, I beat this way quicker than I would have otherwise. Not that that's like, I guess, what they should shoot for, but I mean, there is a kind of fun there. But yeah, anyways, yeah, that's, I don't know, I was always over leveled in Xenoblade 3. Every time. Yeah, it's like just because you're not always getting like super challenged by the game doesn't mean you're not like still playing like perfectly or optimizing or something. And I'm not using that as like an excuse to say, oh, JRPG should just, who cares about difficulty, but it's not like it removes improvement. And since JRPGs can be so kind of like tied to possible grinds or like weird shit that has nothing to do with skill. It's like Dragon Quest. It's like usually the last boss is just like, oh, he's just a stat requirement or something. It's like, that's not really skill, that's how much time you're willing to sit in a grind. And I try to always not grind in like most JRPGs I play, so you could say that's like a player-imposed fucking challenge or something. It's a weird thing. That's why I don't think there's like a single answer to difficulty, especially in like a JRPG. Because if I always did the story on the right level in Xenoblade Chronicles, I wouldn't have had much fun exploring, because I would have felt like I always had it, oh, I have to take a break from exploring, you know. I had a lot of fun in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 going to places I wasn't supposed to and trying to beat the enemies there. And like kind of chaining off of the like, oh, I'd get leveled up from this area I'm not supposed to, and that lets me go to this area I'm not supposed to, now lets me go to this area I'm not supposed to. And it was kind of fun taking the game out of order and kind of have like making your own challenge there by like kind of, if not exactly breaking the game, but breaking the ordering of the game. And like if I just had to play it exactly how they wanted, it wouldn't be as cool. It just kind of depends. Like, and like none of that really mattered if I played on hard or anything. It's just been the same idea. I just would have took longer. I would have just had to min-max my equipment more. That was the thing in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 as well. I was like, there's really not that much like extra you actually like do. I feel like everything plays out pretty much the same. And unless you're just hot swapping your allies all the time, it's like a little even a harder difficulty change, man. They just make it take longer. Like other than the back end, like optimization, I don't even really know like There's just not enough depth to it. Where am I going? It's like the Masai realm, Mansai realm. I don't remember where this guy said his little trinket was. I think he said it was like... They said it was somewhere a summoner couldn't go, so I imagine it's in the headspace or whatever.
I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, I don't think Xenoblade 3 was good about... One, I hated that you couldn't annotate the maps. Like, I couldn't remember where all the uniques were, or where, like, little things I wanted to just remember general, like, chests were, so, like... You can only mark one thing at a time in a game where you're supposed to, like, take every section really piecemeal and out of order. That was really stupid. Yeah, not knowing where certain items were, like, I shouldn't want to have to, like, look up stuff online, man. Like, if you're gonna have millions of items in a game, you've got to give me some to work with. Some kind of, like, bestiary type of thing. Yeah, it was really bad about that. For a game focused on, like, mass exploration and stuff, not being able to have that kind of, like, player-driven kind of, like, mapping and stuff was really stupid. Kind of what I meant by, like, the ambition on the game. I felt like they just kind of played it safe sometimes. It was a good time. I liked it overall, but it's just like little things that I was like, just why is this not a thing in this yet? Alright, let's just go into the mine place. We'll see how many side quests I do in this. I'm gonna try to do a lot right now just to see what they're like, but they're shit as the TMS ones, then I'm not gonna go too crazy. So far they're not very good.
Continue the mission.
That might change. Yeah, the economy in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is pretty bad. I mean, no pawn coins are really useful and used on a lot of shit, although for the most part, it's just leveling your classes and buying gems, which is just fine. But the actual money you get, which is a reward for most chests and anything that gets oversold, which is most items because you're going to max out on like gemstones really quickly, like there's no use. There's one part for a side quest later on where you need to dump like 250-300k into something, and that's like it. But there's a quest that just gives you 200k. So like, it's not really hard. Yeah, I always used mine. I always went to at least 70. That was my max. Essentially, because you could get some chests that give you like 10, and you might accidentally grab a few of those and not notice. Yeah, I just used the no pawn coins to level classes that were Ds. Essentially. The items you can buy with no pawn coins and gold coins aren't that good. Gold coins I just bought, like I said, gems. Although 99 for a single gem is pretty steep, so probably buying... If I could redo it, I would probably just buy the level 9 gems or something. At the end of the day, I didn't even make that many gems super high level. A lot of them are grinds. Anything after 7's a super grind. And unless you're going for the super bosses, like, there's not really much reason, so... But, I mean, that's fine. I don't mind how the no pawn coins work. I just wish you could hold more. You know, maybe I don't want to hold more silvers, because then you would never use them. I liked being able to kind of just level classes occasionally, and that's a good way to make you do it, by having a limit. Now, on the flip side, other cylinders, those should not be capped. Because you rarely need other cylinders for anything. They're just not useful. So why not just let me grab all of those in the environment, just to at least keep racking up the numbers for fun as a collectible, right? They're just useless. I mean, only the Hulks use them, and it's barely And then I guess your gems. But even if you made every single gem, they cost so little. I pretty much just after the first third of the game just could skip every other current. So, I mean, yeah, you could sell the other cylinders, but then, I mean, you don't need money, so there's no point. So that was another weird one. I didn't really see the point. I don't think it was like a detriment to the game, but it was kind of like a, why have all these like exploration rewards and have them be kind of whatever. She didn't auto sell them. Yeah, it'd be better if they're just sitting on the ground, right? So you could use them real quick. I feel like silvers are too important for that. Oh well.
Enemy.
Rin Rin.
Now we can relax. Let's take it.
Oh yeah? Yeah, I'd recommend just use them around 70. There's nothing you're gonna want to save up enough to sit around 90. Best to just use them. Unless you really want something from the Nopon merchant that uses silver coins, take it from me. Just use them. There's just nothing other than class stuff you'd want to use them on.
Incoming.
Nice performance, dude.
They won't know what hit them.
It's not worth losing any. I mean, I get that if you miss them, maybe. Because you're just not paying attention. That definitely sucks. Yeah. Because they build up pretty quick, for sure.
Last chance. Let's finish this.
That's your. How about that?
I got you.
Think you can order me around? You're wide open.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
With this power.
I feel ya.
Now, here we go. Time for some punishment.
Too late for regrets now.
So you should actually leave up dudes that you could use weaknesses on if there's not, like if you can't use a weakness on everybody, leave up the guy you can, because then you could keep doing AoEs. Oh shit, Kyrie, that sucks. I've had some power flickers in the last few days myself, but no mega storms.
Easy shot.
Stay safe.
Got it. Take it away. Leave it to me, Sazo. It's over.
Follow mine. I'll get serious. What's our
Okay.
opener?
Here goes.
Out of my way.
I'm glad you can skip that animation.
Ready?
Careful. Now we can relax.
I think the best part of the game so far is legs and ass, man. Unironically.
Careful.
Is that because the legs and ass are good, or is that because the rest is bad?
That was close.
Paranoid Paul over here. I have multiple power banks for things in case I ever need them. At least I can play my Switch. Oh, hell yeah. I used to have a power bank, but it just kind of stopped working. So now I just have, you know, surge protectors, but God knows if they do the trick. I mean, we had a really bad up near my parents' house lightning storm And they had everything really well served. My dad's just like that. He's got everything super protected, and it still blew up their TV and a bunch of this shit on the grid. I guess there's a point where just you can't do anything, but yeah, I've got a little power bank over there, like one of those like kind of hand ones. I need to keep it charged, just in case. At least have a light so I can like read a book or something. It's been a bit since I had like a full outage, but it's good to be prepared, no doubt. No reason not to.
Hey.
I guess the Switch is good for that too.
Get ready.
Is this a game where I'm okay to skip everything, or should I actually be fighting?
Begin.
I mean, other than XP, you don't get anything.
Easy shot.
Which, I mean, XP is pretty important, so.
Gotta say, with this power. Eat this! Nice.
Lowest kill streak by
Looks like it'll
strength.
work.
Send them packing.
Leave it to me, Sazo.
Oh, yeah.
New are fine. I'll get serious.
Those seem cool. If I had the money, I'd probably pick up more hardware like that, but I'm not much of a portable gamer. I'm always just a homebody. But I can see the utility for sure. It would be cool to have. I could see the appeal. But yeah, I'm too cheap to get one myself for how I play. How much are those going for these days anyways?
Easy shot. Whoever brings them down gets drinks
How
on
about
me.
this?
That's it, Melody.
On it, Ringo.
It's over.
Oh, are there like different versions of it you can get? Or is it just like marked up at some retailers or some shit? I thought you could only buy them from Steam, so I'm guessing they're just like customized.
Incoming.
Okay, okay. I guess just like any console.
Now we can relax. Enemy.
Min Min.
That was close.
Too weak. Maybe a higher level for these dudes.
Get ready.
Cool.
That was close. Enemy. Careful. That was close.
Hell yeah. Get it.
Go time.
Hope this works.
No glare here.
Go with that, Sizo.
Good work. Let's finish this.
It's probably we don't know if that
Get
would work.
lost.
What's her
Let's go.
Go, Arrow.
I'll do it, Melody. Like I overlooked that.
Just let's roll.
We're lacking
A little gambit never hurt anyone.
Too late for regrets now. What's our opener?
Go time.
Ooh, that'll work.
That's it, Sizo.
No problem. Bingo.
Don't. I'm not your babysitter.
Got a hunch?
Not your baby.
Think that'll work?
let's stay cautious.
Get lost.
Lois, right. That's your cue.
Let him have it,
Got it,
Arrow.
Ringo. Like I'd overlook that.
Nice one, Arrow.
The pop, dude. Probably one of the most OP early to mid game demons in SM25. Absolute broken, dude. That was another problem with SM25's balance, is there were just some demons who were just unreal. By the end game, the problem is more that the level scaling thing is not very good. Because usually in SMT, level scaling and just pure like levels doesn't mean as much as like strategies and comps and shit like that. But in 5 it was really bad about it. Like a few levels made a really big difference. And a lot of the content, like, compared to the story, was pretty like over level. Especially by the very end. It makes the final boss like an absolute joke. But in the mid and early game, there's just broken demons. Like I like the balance in the first third or so. It's got nice difficulty and you didn't feel overpowered. But like once you reach the end, it's so easy. It's crazy easy. To the point where it does actually hurt how cool some of the fights feel. Because of just the level differences. It was funky. Yeah. It's definitely a hard game in the beginning and a pretty easy game later.
Oh, look out!
But yeah. Regardless of that, yeah, there's just some demons who are super fucking OP. This guy was. Because I think he did it. He was one of the first party-wide buffs. He buffed 2 things, I think, too, right? It was agility, or, you know, it was a Secunda or whatever the fuck type of thing. Or Sakukaja. And I think he did defense, too? Or maybe it was 2 levels of Sakukaja, but... And then you go from this guy to fucking... I don't remember his name. The katana dude, and I think I kept him almost the entire game after I got him halfway through. So stuff like that and the level scaling getting out of whack at the end is
That was close.
a big issue with the gameplay. Well, that dude just took all my stamina, so... What up, Randos? What up?
Enemy! Get ready! Now we can relax.
MP plus 30.
That's the ticket.
Okay. Tired?
Enemy! Careful!
Just woke up. You know what we're gonna do?
Enemy! Careful!
You think you've won?
I'll leave this to you.
Back to it tomorrow? I gotcha.
Looks promising.
That's it, Saito. Aim for the...
Show them a good time.
What's on the agenda then? Yeah, I was just mentioning that.
You like that?
This cereal pop.
That works. Not gonna work. How about this?
Absolutely broken.
Burning hell. Is that it?
So let's go. Eat this! Nice! Time to kick it off.
Try not to melt.
Go ahead, Ringo. That's a no-go. Go ahead, Ringo. Accessing data. That'll work. Accessing data. Ringo, I got you, Milady. Good hit. Too late for regrets now.
Yeah, it's not too bad out here anymore. I think we're past most of the heat.
Eat this! We can win this!
Which is good.
Not easily down.
There's one.
Yes. 106 is quite spicy. Quite spicy indeed. Oy. Fucking junk at the bottom of this one. Something with the dishwasher, man. It just kind of leaves like little black specks sometimes. I mean, it's stuck to the cups. It's not like in the drink, but... And I try to rinse it out every time. Sometimes you miss shit. I think I'm done with that, though. Even if it doesn't come off, I don't know. I won't drink out of it. Something with that dishwasher, man. Yeah, we watched it.
Hey, Flamma.
It was
Anything
really
we can do
boring.
here?
This rupture is caused by the disparity in
It was
thought
just a
and
trailer.
cognition between
A
Ringo
3-minute
and the
trailer.
human connected by her soul hack.
It didn't show you anything you didn't know, really. It just revealed what the other two quests were. Because they're doing that, like, 3 big quests. Take them at whatever direction you want. So, they just showed what those stories were going to be, and that was it. Otherwise, it was just kind of just the same old. Definitely nothing I would say that's getting me any more excited for it. We'll see how it is. I hope the game's fun, but I don't think the advertising's gonna change much anymore. I think a big deciding factor is just gonna be the density of content, just the variety, how you actually interact in the big open world, how truly free and open it is, and then the quality of those storylines. Something that I don't think the trailer's gonna show. I don't think they're very ambitious. Not something you could show off in a trailer, but it's gonna come down to the execution. I guess we'll see when it comes out. What is that, like November, I think? That's when it happens.
So it's about the differences between me and Arrow.
Well, they're totally different people. There's gotta be a million unique things between them.
Correct. In the Soul Matrix, these myriad points of disparity take this form. This is a mutual lack of understanding between Ringo and the Summoner. With a more sympathetic connection, their soul level can be elevated.
Meaning this will all fix itself if they make nice. Be friends?
Making nice is a more ambiguous term than I would use. But yes, that is a sense.
So, what would happen if we tried to pass through this without boosting our soul level?
It is not recommended. Doing so would induce immense stress in the human psyche.
We don't know how it would affect you either. Better play it safe for now.
Yeah, I know. Just curious.
Currently, however, your understanding of one another may be enough to proceed. Try approaching the rupture.
Got it.
Our social link. Yeah, seem like the same old, same old. And what were the 2 quests they revealed? I mean, they showed the 3 total. It's what? Gym, the 8 gyms, a team star, and then the legendary. So it's essentially just the exact same thing as any Pokemon story. But now you technically can do them at any pace you want. I'm just very curious how that's going to work. If it's just going to scale everything to at all times, or if you could just choose, oh, okay, I want to do this one first and this one second, but you can only go so far because of the level requirements. Or see how they handle it. Summoner skills.
Hey. Huh.
Be cautious.
Risky enemies.
Careful.
These like foes.
can relax. Get ready.
Or are they just harder dudes?
Played him.
Careful.
Go
We've
time.
never fought that one.
You sure, Saizo?
I hate coin flips.
There goes an easy shot.
Nice moves. Let's go.
Take it away.
Take him down, Arrow.
I'll do it, Melody. There it is.
Just what I... Yeah,
That
good
should be
plan.
the trick.
That's your cue.
You got this, Ringo.
I hear you.
I'm not your babysitter.
I'm not your baby. Your baby mama.
Think this through, Melody.
Could be risky.
You gonna try it out?
Too late for the
I'll show you.
Easy shot.
Strong.
We can win this. You wanted a fight? You got one.
Already done.
Brace yourselves. Incoming.
So they say we're supposed to avoid them, but kind of want to try.
Look. Enemy.
Rin Rin.
That was close. Enemy. Get ready. Incoming. Close.
Some of them just sit around.
Look out.
If you can save anywhere, what does it matter if you can continue or not? I guess it only mattered in like chain boss fights.
Now we can relax. Enemy. Incoming. Incoming.
It's just 3 of these dudes.
Too late to walk. Here goes.
Are they like
Wanna make a bet,
beefier?
Saizo?
Or are they like level
Saizo?
15?
Stay cautious.
It's like more Pokemon, yeah.
That one means
Let's
business.
go.
Careful.
I'll cover you if it goes south.
Is that really your
Don't get in
plan?
my way.
Pretty much, dude.
Let's finish this.
It's just the same thing with the slightly different,
That's what I need.
You need this.
slightly different, vehicle, I suppose, package.
You gonna try it out?
Here goes. Out of my way.
These guys just gonna one-shot him.
Not bad.
Not quite.
They're strong.
I'll handle this.
Be on your guard.
Cover me.
You're not out yet, Melody.
Thanks, Saizo.
You're strong.
All right.
Can we really win this?
It's probably fine.
Here goes. It didn't work.
The block.
Whoever
I'm
brings
not
them
your
down
babysitter.
gets
Let's
drinks
stay
on me.
cautious.
The miss.
You
You
Let's
know
go
what
with
that'll
that.
work.
We can target their weak. Destroy you! Nailed it!
Out of my way.
It's gonna take forever. We just don't have many like spells that actually can. Oh, nice crit. That actually can stop these dudes.
Somebody wake Milady up.
Yeah, later, Kyrie. Thank you for hanging.
That'd be helpful.
Good to have you as usual.
Need a hand, buddy?
Appreciate the help.
And yeah, I hope so.
With this power.
That'll work. You got it.
Got it, Ringo. It worked.
She got one shot, so there's not much I could do there.
It's probably fine.
Here goes.
Start using debuffs
Too late for
now that I have some. I mean, if they one-shot somebody, there's nothing we can do. It's just luck.
Got me.
Yeah, I'll have to reload this.
You're a little beat up.
Let's run for it. Better not waste our energy. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. You're in bad
We
shape,
might be
Ringo.
in trouble. We gotta run. No way.
Just under-leveled.
This damn world.
Even with the defense up, we got one shot. Alright, so we do want to avoid these guys. They're not like unique fights, it looks like, really? Maybe? Maybe they are? Because I thought I just saw one like warp next to me. But they are fights that are, I think, meant to be something you come back to later. At least this guy's blocking a pathway. God knows what kind of stuff is behind him. So far the dungeons are pretty damn basic, so probably nothing special. But we'll come back around. I'm sure if we were like 10 or 12 we'd be fine. Let's keep cooking. Do we have some new like augments we can put on?
Let's go with that.
Setting up the augments to work right with each person, I guess, is a nice goal. He's the only one who can use the ice one. But I don't think we have anybody who can use ice. Alright, enjoy your lunch, pal.
Get ready. Now we can relax. There's one. Get ready.
Bicorn.
I don't recognize this one. Better play it safe. Remember, they might counter.
Can you handle this?
Bicorn was lightning or force. I mean, they change them sometimes. So. No telling.
Time to kick it off.
You get a main physical attack in some games.
What's the plan here?
Might as well test it.
time to kick it off.
I don't know, Ringo.
Too slow.
Switching to offense. Here goes. Nice.
Nice.
Lowest kill streak buys drinks. Here goes. Here goes nothing. Take it down a notch. That's gotta hurt.
There you go.
Out of my way.
It's interesting that status effects in this do like flat damage, but then they also do their status and they count as a weakness. I don't think that's entirely a bad thing.
I'll try and do you proud.
Because I mean, turning status effects into flat damage at least still makes it so they have some use. You could argue, well then what's the difference between just having it be like psi or some shit, any other element, and it's like, well, I guess that's something, right? But it does have that like status effect bonus. You're just not exactly doing it just for the status effect.
That's a hit.
Let's finish this.
I don't know, status effects in RPGs are hard. Either busted, or more often than not, they're just something only the bosses use. It looks like in this, the balance for them is that they cost a bit more. Because that did more damage than fire, and it has the chance of poisoning them, which does percentage damage.
Hey!
Oh yeah, I want that. Better get to work.
Are you hurt?
Keep leveling these up. Kind of wish these wart points just healed you. Because I mean, technically you could just take a wart point all the way out to the front and then heal. So they essentially act as a heal. You might as well cut the middleman and just make it a heal. Maybe that small bit of inconvenience is supposed to be the balance or some shit. I don't know. Maybe there'll be a point where we can't warp out. I mean, if that was the case, then you could just make it so the points don't heal you either at that moment. Even though the dungeons are like ultra just plain and dull, and the gameplay is kind of just whatever so far, I still prefer it over any of the story. Like, I'm having more fun comparatively. Like, there's nothing special about the dungeons or anything. There's no mechanics, there's no movement stuff, there's no puzzle, there's no just anything, right? It's just you walking along. There's like a couple dudes you might want to avoid, right? And some chests you grab. It's as basic as you could have it be, right? Even the scenery is not special, but I would still take it over the fucking dialogue in this. I don't know how I feel about the actual battles. I mean, they're not as fast. And lack a bit of that punch that I feel like a lot of stuff like SMT4 or something has. And it doesn't really have a whole lot of new mechanics. Like, it's all, you just pick your side, right? Which, okay, so there's a little bit less back and forth. There's a push turn, so there's a little bit less thought about combos. But, I don't know, it's too early to tell. Because, I mean, the mark thing is cute. Because you can kind of, like... I mean, you still are just using weaknesses to just do more damage or by yourself. Instead of more turns, which is probably more interesting. You're just getting extra bonus damage. But like, because it can do AoE, it does mean in trash fights you can kind of leave people at certain amounts of health based on how many marks you think you can get. And then blow them all up at once, which is kind of cool. But in a boss fight, all it would amount to is just more damage. So like, I don't think it's as interesting of a system as press turn, and not that I'm saying every game needs press turn. I love Strange Journey, it does have press turn, right? But it does have, you know, command skills or just good difficulty, demon swapping on the fly, much more interesting like composition stuff to think about. We'll see. We'll see. They might add more. I doubt this is the full extent of the combat, but. As of right now, while it's like different than press turn, it just kind of feels like a worse idea.
Enemy.
That has some like novelty, some interesting like strategy you might have to think about for trash fights, but probably not anywhere else. It depends on how many bosses actually have multiple targets. And how many are just like single.
Where's my praise?
Because I mean, if it was two bosses with really big health pools, it doesn't really matter. Because you're not going to like be thinking about how you're going to knock one out really quickly. It's just pure damage. Like, I think it's mainly just cool against big groups of normal enemies. Because you can ignore some of them because they'll get killed by marks or just do a little damage. And in a boss, it just won't matter. So, or something like press turn that still makes a huge difference. The thing with like press turn is like you can use a weakness exploit to turn it into a heal or into a buff or debuff. In this, it's just damage. So. Turning status effects into damage, I think, could be a way to actually have status effects to happen more. You can use them more. But I don't, it might just be like a bonus you get the status if anything, which I mean, could be okay. At least you use them, but whether you'll actually use it for the status or the damage is going to be the question, and I don't know. If you only care about the damage part and the rest is bonus, it might just kind of be like too samey, pretty much just like a normal damage skill. We'll see. Too early to tell.
Look out! Incoming!
There's no like demon swapping or anything, so being able to react to new things on the fly is not really possible. It's a lot more about the composition you have.
Incoming!
Which I mean, is fine if we have like a pretty nice list of back-end customization, right? Like if I can really synergize with each character and cover lots of different weaknesses and strengths and shit.
Okay.
If it's just like, oh, well, you just don't have any of these spells because you only have like 2 spells per character, then it's like, oh, and then you just kind of slowly whittle away. We'll see. This guy doesn't really have anything right now.
I'm going to enjoy playing.
Go for the weak spot.
Go ahead, Ringo.
This stretch.
Ease, let's finish this.
I mean, that basic SMT gameplay is still fun, right? And it's always fun just hitting weaknesses and picking your targets and all that shit. And figuring out what each dude's weak to, blah blah blah. But compared to other SMT games, we'll see, man.
Too late for regrets yet.
I'm going to enjoy.
Good idea.
Give him hell, Ringo. Go for it, Ringo.
I hear you.
Here goes.
Take this.
Easy win.
Talk to them. Enemy!
It's good you can move through your whole auto map. And jump to it, all that.
Now we can relax.
I'm glad there's at least an on-screen map. I think that's pretty basic stuff. I forgot we were in here in his mind. I haven't seen any memories yet.
Enemy! Now we can relax. Careful.
First impressions count for a lot.
No, Ringo.
No Ringo.
Wide open.
Whoever brings them
See
power,
that terror? That should work.
go for it,
Let's go
Arrow.
with that.
You're on a... Shall we?
That should do the trick.
You know what to
Finish them off,
Got it.
Saizo.
Look how they keep interrupting each other. Like every little thing has some dialogue and they always cut each other out.
You like that?
Once again, just like with Xenoblade Chronicles 3, just probably be better just to have a little less and a little bit more important dialogue. Like just you know, they just say one thing that just plays out, nobody interrupts it. It's just like a nice quality line or some shit. I don't think you get much out of like 10 characters just interrupting each other every 2 seconds.
Now, looks promising.
Let's see some action.
Okay, Saizo. Like I overlooked that.
Nice, not over yet. Yeah, too slow.
Whoever brings them down gets drinks on me.
Drinks on him.
You know what
Sure.
to do.
That should do.
Let's see some...
You know what to do.
Too late for regrets now.
This is not over yet.
Woo. Just what I needed.
Saizo?
Nice save.
Let's go. Eat this!
All right.
Take it away.
Do it,
Don't gotta
Saizo.
tell me twice.
Nice work. Get lost. Easy win.
Holds it easy. It was long. Fire augment.
Nice to meet you.
Might work.
That's unfortunate.
What level do we need?
Incoming.
Or maybe we have to do them in a certain order.
Let's roll.
Got a hunch?
How's this?
But let's go.
See that terror in there?
Don't miss now.
Let's see some action.
Yeah, this could work. Worked.
All right.
Looks like it'll work.
Looks promising.
Get him, Sizo.
I hear you. That was snazzy.
Don't get. Here I come.
That's it, Melody.
You don't have to tell me.
Melody.
You're wide open.
You're wide open.
Too late for regrets now.
Damn you! I'll show you.
Can they die from poison? Hopefully. I like when I don't die from poison, but I like when the enemy does. Because when the enemy can die from poison, that means you can leave them and focus on other shit and kind of like pick and choose. There's a bit of strategy to it. But when you die from poison, I always like being able to risk just sitting at 1 health and ignoring it and doing like last ditch efforts. Although I guess, you know, if you can't die from poison, having that threat means you would, you know, the value of a cure or value of like a cleanse is a bit higher. So I guess I don't care if it happens to me. But I like when enemies die from poison. It sucks when they don't.
Knew I could count on you.
Because what's the point of poison here if he doesn't die from it? I just have to hit him again anyways with something. Just like any other bad guy. I think it just gives a bit more value to poison.
That's the ticket. That's to go with that note.
It's a risk. That's it, Melody.
What's the
dance?
Too strong.
Guarding, oops.
Time to kick it off.
Easy shot. There we go.
Out of my way.
They just had to get in the way.
Healing augment. Increases healing potency by 20%. These right now. We go heal before we fight a boss. What city is this anyways, man? Is it the Soul Hacker city? Is it like some made up city? It's not Tokyo, is it? I actually didn't catch what the hell the name of the city was. Sure, it has a name.
Brace yourselves! Get ready!
Can't die. Cool, dude.
There. That big league's demon.
What up,
It's being
Sam?
drawn to Arrow's memory.
It wants my memory?
This song's jamming.
Yeah. I can just sense it after soul hacking you.
The weapon, the comp shop theme is, you know? I'll have to go back and have a listen. I was too obsessed with the shitty VA.
This guy might be the source of Ringo's condition. Let's take it down.
This song's good.
We can't afford to lose. Let's roll.
That's one way to go about it.
Oh, Takemi Nakata.
Here goes.
I don't remember what his deal was.
Don't be a hero. Careful. Don't get in my way.
This song's good.
I'm not your babysitter.
How's this gonna
I
go?
ain't your baby.
Get lost.
Go time.
I'm not your babysitter.
Too late for regrets.
It's go time. Too late for regrets. Yeah, I was just bitching about it actually, about 10 minutes ago. Maybe even less. Imagine that. I was like, what happened? Like, let's just get one quality piece of dialogue that doesn't get interrupted every attack or something. Instead, it's every single fucking thing you do, somebody says something and it gets instantly interrupted. Which in a game where you're constantly gonna get better and you're gonna go through the menus quicker, it's just gonna be this constant what, this interruption of shit. Lowest kill streak buys drinks. Yeah, the guy on the right's mentioned buying drinks a few times.
Yeah, good plan.
Risky, Ringo.
We can't afford mine.
You know what to do. You know what to do. What do you think? You know what to do.
Yeah, like it's supposed to have some kind of flow because it's like, you know, they're thinking about their next move and now they're prepping for the move and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work with this kind of combat. With the menus and stuff. It's not this like fucking just non-stop barrage of noise like Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but at least 3 has the excuse of being an actual active time constant battle. Where this can pick and choose what dialogue it wants to like deliver because of the nature of it just not being like a normal fight because it's like, you know, turn-based, right? Like, but they choose to still have non-stop dialogue. 4A has a cool premise and like overall kind of big story beats are interesting, but the actual character dialogue is pure shit, yeah. They overcorrected with 5 and pretty much had like no story in it, but like I would still prefer the overcorrection, I guess, than the dialogue of Apocalypse. Yeah, the overarching story is cool. Like this kind of, it's much more focused on an actual war between like Law and Chaos and stuff, and I thought that was really cool, and all the other like third parties that get mingled in there. But anytime, yeah, party dudes start talking, it's so bad. You could tell they were gunning more for like a Persona, kind of like stereotypical quirky cast, and it just does not fit the overarching story, which is like super serious war between like bazillions of factions of demons.
How's this gonna go?
In my sights.
You still with me?
Be on your guard.
Dance!
Whoa!
Yeah, there's a very weird disconnect in Apocalypse between the actual big conceptual beats of the story and stuff like that and the actual dialogue that happens.
You know the drill.
Let's go.
Don't be a hero.
We can target their weakness.
Pretty much any time a party member's talking, it sucks, but they're not always talking, so. Yeah, 4 is a lot more consistent. The 4 games just have more story than most SMT games, but 4 does a lot better job. Yeah, cool, awesome. I love 4. 4 is a good time.
Don't get in my way.
Apocalypse is a great time too. It's probably, you could argue, the series' best gameplay. And, I mean, it's got its issues for sure, but it's still worth the play, no doubt. Yeah, have fun. Love to hear your thoughts on that one.
Might as well test it. Careful, Sizo.
Yeah, I cranked the music up higher since this game has really bad balancing on the music. So hopefully that helps a bit. Yeah, that's probably fair. 4A reuses a good bit of stuff since it's kind of same world. I think it's got a neat like story concept, but yeah, 4 is kind of just the better package overall. Yeah, I think that, yeah, that's probably the fair way what you said there to put it.
Too late for regrets now.
It's not to say 4A's got like a huge disparity in quality though. Like 4A has great music, it still has good atmosphere. I still like its overarching like kind of theme or theme concept. Yeah, it just has like some downer parts for sure. Still totally worth your time. Yeah, I like this song a lot.
One way to find out. As long as we work together, we got this.
Weak to lightning.
What are you thinking?
Got it.
It's all you.
Are you enjoying Cube World? Yeah, I was just bitching about it. I'm kind of talking about what I think of the gameplay, but the level design, I mean, it's as basic as it could be. The aesthetics aren't great. Cube Worlds have been in a bazillion JRPGs. There's no mechanics, exploration mechanics at all. It's just you walking in an auto map area. Like, just pure, just bottom of the barrel dungeon design. Which, I mean, can be fun if you have like nice combat and stuff, but I'm wondering, this system is interesting when you have lots of enemies on screen, because it could change how you decide to handle ads and shit, right? Because, okay, you don't need to damage them as much because it depends on how many marks you have and stuff, so that's kind of interesting. But as a whole, it just seems like worse than press turn. Because like with a boss that just has a lot of health, all it amounts to is extra damage. So unless a boss does this, it's really only interesting for trash fights. So we're gonna have to see how many other mechanics they add on to the system and how many abilities you get to really keep it spicy. And yeah, I mentioned that earlier, it's like it's still just fun going for weaknesses and planning things out. But like, while I could appreciate this is trying to do something sort of different with the marks, it feels like it's kind of just worse than most SMT games, like novelty concepts.
You think that'll let him have it? You think that
should work?
Because I was like, you don't really get the strange journey like ability to just mix and match demons like on the fly and the alignment choices and stuff. It doesn't have like the command skills or anything cute like that. It doesn't feel like so far there's as much planning in the back you can do, like on the back end. I'm on hard now. But then in the fight it's like, well, marks really only matter against multi-fights. So it's like, I don't know. It's not bad because base SMT gameplay is good, but comparatively it's like,
good idea. Let's see some
I
action.
don't
Don't
know.
miss now.
It's definitely not carrying the the dungeon design, that's for sure. But I did mention I am having more fun doing these super boring dungeons than I am actually doing anything else because the story's been so shit so far. Just breakneck pace, adding all your party members in, exposition dumps, 0 events happening. There's been like 1 cutscene outside of the beginning one. So, I mean, I'll still take shitty Tartarus over whatever the story's been trying to be, I guess.
Playing it safe. I won't lose.
No more games. You like that? Get lost. You know what to do.
Not done yet.
I hate coin flips.
Saizo, don't let your guard down.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel anything on the characters yet. We're not very far in. They've literally had no backstory yet. They've all been killed and then we've just gotten them back up to not being killed and that's pretty much it, so. They're in a rush to get your whole party filled out, which I can understand from a gameplay perspective. It ain't doing much for the story. Fire and lightning.
Safe than sorry. Want to make a bet?
I don't think so.
Might work.
In my sight.
Yeah, we'll see how they end up being. Too early to make any big judgment call yet on anything, but yeah, got some thoughts, I suppose. Depending on where they go with the gameplay, how much customization, and how many extra mechanics they add, will change a lot.
What's our opening? Remember, they might come.
No data. I know it's
And then the dungeon design, I mean, I can hope they'll do something, but we'll see.
I got this one, Saizo.
Because I want to not have to say shut the fuck up every time you speak as a bad design. Is that sign? Yeah. True enough. Yeah. Like, I mean, big things like, I mean, obviously you're going to want more moves per person since we're not actually able to switch on the fly. Because otherwise you just need to cover every weakness unless you just want to game over every fight and then like min-max. AP 4 5. I feel like I dislike 5 the more I think about it.
I'll be okay.
You still okay over there, Saizo?
Requesting backup. Take it easy, Arrow. Sorry.
And yeah, we'll just see. I don't know. There's definitely big things that could improve the experience, but as of right now, it's still very middling. The story's just bad. I don't like the atmosphere either. We were talking a lot earlier about atmosphere and how most SMT games, you're gripped, I feel like, engage with the atmosphere very quickly. It's one of the first things that kicks in, right? Just the mix of either just the concept of the story, the visuals, the music, that kind of just the cocktail, man, if you want to call it that. This is just not. It feels like so try-hard, like Future Tech, that it comes across as like generic. And the fucking dialogue and pace has just been horrible, so it's like I've... 4 has nothing going for it to me. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like I said, I like 4, but I mean, if you don't like the basic slice of life shit, I mean, that's the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, that'll work.
And that's totally good not liking that. I killed him.
Right, that's the ticket.
That should work. Don't get in my way.
Better safe than sorry.
I can't tell how much the buffs are really doing.
Watch their reactions here.
This almost reminds me of like one of the JoJo openers a bit, but then it's also got like a Neo Tokyo kind of like lyrics thing going on, which I really like. It's a good song. It's jamming, man. I pick up the OST just for this. It's a shame I've had to turn up the volume like up to like 90% to even have it at this volume. This is like 4 ticks out of 5 like higher, which is bizarre. Yeah, the JoJo, the dun 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 dun. It's just like the I don't remember which opener. It's the same shit. Yeah, Sam. I mean, that's the thing is like 4's like vibe of like mystery, the sleepy town and the mist and who's the killer, kind of smaller scales, neat. But once you get all the answers, and especially when you do true ending, it's just like, okay. It's like, I guess here's the generic JRPG ending, right? So, I can agree on that. But I mean, I still do enjoy that atmosphere and kind of just the slice of life shit, doing the different, I like all the different social links and stuff. It's definitely a game that's best enjoyed, I feel like, the minute-to-minute type of situations. I think as a whole, like, the big story and stuff is just kind of weak. And yeah, it definitely depends on how much you care about anime tropes and slice of life. I bet if I played 4 again right now, I would just like it way more. Because I mean, I played that before I streamed, so it's been so long since I've seen it that a lot of like how strong some of the tropey cliche shit is not there for me. Yeah, Fasto, it's all about the cast. You don't see anybody other than memes about fucking Gunman talking about the story. I don't see anybody talking about like the bully kid thing, like I mean, the people say gas station, but nobody talks about anything after that. It's all about waifu picks and the cast. Where on the flip side, you get 3 and like mostly the big story is like the takeaway for people. I don't know what the takeaway from 5 is, man. It's got a little bit of everything, good and bad, going on. I don't think it helped that you played them all back to back. That would drive me crazy because they do all share a lot of the same issues.
Let's stay cautious.
That's not gonna work.
Feeling lucky, Melody? Might as well test it. Cut!
Too late for regrets now.
There's nothing wrong with it. I think 5 has the best gameplay out of Persona, easily, and the best dungeon design and stuff, and quality of life. I think it's just an outright massive upgrade in gameplay in all ways. But like I've said in the past, it has like the most like fucking goofy, just naive characters, lame themes out of like all the Personas. It's the most annoying game to like rewatch. I realize how little I like most of the dialogue. When I first played it was totally fine, but it's like on replay it just is like super rough. It's got the most value, the most length, stuff like that.
Looking to die again. I'm still in this.
And yeah, the style's great.
No more, here I come.
Too risky.
Get lost.
I haven't played 1 and 2 yet, I can't speak.
Too late for regrets.
Out of the... It's weird, there's Personas the series, and then there's the Persona and what the actual public thinks of the series, which is 3 and on. So I really should be more specific when I say the series. Because when I say the series, I mean 3 and on. 1 and 2 might as well just be like SMT spin-off, like Digital Devil Saga types of things to most people.
It's never just switching to offense.
Public perception, right?
Don't get in my way.
Let's roll.
Man, this hurts.
Time to strike back, Saizo.
Knew you'd be there.
Maybe P4G instead of PS2 makes it better.
Still with me?
I've heard that Maria or whatever in P4G is like one of the most annoying characters, so I doubt it. Although maybe since you dislike Force Cast so much, you'd actually like her, who knows. I didn't play 4 Golden, I just played PS2 before.
Shall we?
And at the time it had a lot of novelty.
Want a piece of this?
She wasn't that bad, Mary was shit, so here we go. The next. What's the truth?
Let's keep up the pace.
Playing it safe. I won't lose.
Arrow. Right.
Take it away.
We can target their weakness.
So far, hard mode in this just feels like a slog.
Don't get in my way.
Every fight just takes a really long time. There's not been much strategy.
Still with me?
But I assume once we start getting more abilities, that'll change.
Well, alright.
Depending on how bored I get with the game, we'll decide if we keep going on this. The worst thing is to think the game's boring as fuck and then have to spend 10 hours on each fight in order to just get it over with. We'll see what happens.
Out of my way.
Before it happens, I guess, yeah. I can't speak for it. I thought about doing P4G, but like, eh. I'd probably more likely play the P3P female MC before P4G, just because it just has more going on, right? Like Golden, I don't know how much it adds to the base game. It seems like it's mostly just that like end game shit. I mean, we could talk about it. I could play through it. I mean, it is one of those I haven't played in so long that I kind of have a very wishy-washy memory on it. If it wasn't so long, I'd be willing to do both very easily. Chie again. My lady Chie. Spats queen. I don't know. I mean, I always... Like I like all 3 of them. Me smile. Shovel face smile. Nod my head. Like, I like all three of them. All of them for different reasons. I don't think any of them get away with just being, like, flawless or anything. I think objectively, 5's probably the best if I had to have a gun put to my head and pick. But there's elements of like 3 I like way more than those. And then 4 is just kind of like pretty clean all around. I didn't have like huge problems with 4. It just doesn't excel like 5 does at times and 3 does. Maybe if I played him again I'd feel a bit stronger. Like, I didn't play 3 and 5 that long ago. Like I said, I've seen all of Royal. I've seen like a full playthrough of Royal, and I played all of the original. It's like, that's pretty clear in my mind. I played 3 right before P5 came out. But 4's been a long time. Oh, I'm gonna play P1. I mean, if I am gonna play any Persona soon, it will be 1 and 2. But at some point, I would like to do someday, like 3 and 4 again. Yeah. No, Persona 1's been on the short list for a long time for JRPGs. Ugh. Those will definitely take priority. Chinuki 5 if you want to stretch your definition of fine. Depends on which voice actor you get for Chia as well. Keep P1 for so big. Yeah. We'll play it anyways. I mean, I'd like to play it. I'm definitely looking forward to the 2 P2 games, but I feel like I need to play P1 first. And I don't know if I want to play SMT If before those, since they're like the proto-personas. Or if I'll just play those play that whenever. Yosuke and Teddy are god awful. Risei sucks as well. Yukiko can fuck right off. Yeah, I don't like the whistling ass. Yukiko's my least favorite. I don't know. Nato was always my favorite. But I like the tomboy thing. I think that was the thing, man, with 4 is a lot of it was just types instead of like personalities. It doesn't go. It's kind of surface deep sometimes. Yeah, you sound like you had a real bad time with it. I think my problem, that's my thing, is like I like the type with Chie, but her dialogue and her voice actor is so fucking annoying, dude. Like, I don't hate her. I think she's fine, but I think she gets far for me just because of her look. Renato, like, I kind of like the personality and the looks. So. And Risei out of your vanilla chicks is just like the better one. I just don't like Yukiko at all. It's really a good translation. PSX, I highly recommend. Yeah, for sure. I plan on playing them. I think there's actually a PSP fan translation in the work for the first game that incorporates all of the original music, but all of the quality of life changes. And I don't remember, it might already be out, so I'm really looking forward to that. That'd be like the ultimate experience for it. But yeah, for the P2s, we'll see. I think they're both translated now, I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, once you start letting that shit break you, it's over, because it doesn't let up. The Teddy shit, and then the Risei. And then you had to do Futaba before that, and they just a little bit. I don't know, man. Playing all those back to back, they have too many tropes and cliches shared among them. I think it's a good way to lose your mind. It's OG localization. Yeah, I've heard that's pretty fucked. I mean, while that would be funny, I would like to play the game in its best iteration, despite probably getting some enjoyment out of the silliness. Yeah, I've heard the localization's pretty fun. They changed like skin colors on people and shit. Pretty bizarre. My 1 persona per month until P5 comes out is enough of a break to not ruin them. I'm sure it's fine. Sam seems like really, not to like a lot what's going on there, which is totally respectable. I get it, but. Really a month break's fine. They're more different than like Dragon Quest at least, right? Let me see this. Shut the fuck are you saying? There are 2 enemies. The Fuka fucking... Fuka's good if you just meet the game, but as soon as you hear that English voice, dude, it's... the tables have turned.
Listen, we don't have to fight. Can't you see that the Phantom Society is wrong? Open your eyes!
Open my eyes? Don't give me that shit! Fight me, damn it!
Fuka's just so goofy and like Dumbo. I always just call her a Dumbo.
I won't!
The Vision Quest and SH, but shit. Yeah, I watched somebody play the first hour of this yesterday in a VOD, and people were joking, like, hey, remember in, you know, Soul Hackers where you'd go, like, play through, like, a dead person's, like, journey through the dungeon you're gonna go through and get a bunch of story, and in this it's just, like, exposition, and it's fucking shitty, like, generic memory sections like this. Like, it's so much cooler in Soul Hackers, man, how they... like introduce story and the gameplay and stuff with the neat like vision quests or and all that, and this is just like really generic shit like that.
I said fight!
Yeah. I guess to reiterate, I do like P3, 4, and 5. I know we're trashing them, but I do like them a lot. They're enjoyable. But I would like to refresh my memory on 4. But I could totally understand where a lot of the issues are, and depending on the person, where it could be like really big issues.
I'm sorry.
Like I found myself after watching 5 again, just getting really annoyed with the story, despite being okay with it the first time. I think you get caught up in the gameplay and the style the first time you play P5, and when that's kind of like, I won't say worn out its welcome, but you've kind of gotten used to it, you start just kind of like digging into the dialogue more, and you're like, holy fuck, dude. It's like it was written by like a preteen, like a naive preteen or something. Shinigami between 3 and 4. The most perfect work ever made. Shogo Onimushi's magnum opus. He's already playing in his 3rd game. It's got animation in it. He was doing live 2D animations on his Twitter. He's like, yeah, this will be in my 3rd project. He didn't say it was Shinigami, it was just his 3rd project. Yeah, it's really hard to like match up to Shinigami. Once you play that, everything after it kind of just isn't the same anymore. Yeah, you became a simple anime enjoyer and then ascended to something beyond. And it was like we were talking about when I was playing Xenoblade, I feel like P4, the novelty back in the day of having your kind of like slice of life anime type of thing, but in a video game was kind of cool. And now maybe that doesn't really hit as hard, because that was kind of what was neat, right? You're playing through like a slice of life anime, but with kind of like a serious story attached to it. You know, you're going through the calendar days and it's kind of neat. But like those tropes have gotten even worse after like 20 years now. And the novelty of that, I mean, has been aped quite a bit. So that's kind of where I'm like, maybe I have some rose-tinted goggles for 4. And I mean, I do see people still play and enjoy it, so who knows? I'll play it again eventually. Vision Quest. Oh, this is a Vision Quest. But you don't actually play them, they just are a cutscene. Wow. The balls to call that a vision quest, dude. Holy Jesus, man. The absolute gonads to even compare a fucking shitty, like, Code Vein cutscene. Oh, even Code Vein does it better. A generic, like, cube cutout diorama or whatever memory to the actual vision quests, man. The pure actual soul of the vision quests, man. Those are just better paced. It's an exciting event. You get cool gameplay because you're getting like different creatures and shit. The story can go anywhere because I mean they're gonna probably get killed, right? I mean that's kind of the idea. So it's like it's just interesting, man. And then these are just like generic memory sections and like a fucking shitty fucking like auto-generated fucking map, dude.
Hey, you alright? Sort of just went quiet all of a sudden.
This just shouldn't have been called Soul Hackers, man.
We're fine.
Like, even if you try to ignore the Soul Hackers thing, they keep trying to, like, name stuff after Soul Hackers, and then it just pulls you right back in.
What Ringo and Arrow just witnessed was a meaningful memory, or a fragment of one at least.
And thanks to that, I remembered something important. Well, more like I was reminded.
So, what we just saw
Like, if it was just Devil Summoner, Ringo's game, you know, whatever. I mean, it would still be pure cheeks or pure mediocrity so far, I guess. Best way to put it, but at least you wouldn't have that extra fucking, like, spice of hate thrown onto it by it being a Soul Hackers thing. Like, even if they just named it Soul Hackers too, but they say that you got the Kuzunas, you got the fucking, you're getting the Nemisa DLC, they're saying they're soul hacking shit, you're getting fucking vision quests and all this and that, and it's just like, it's like they're trying to just like take things on such a surface level. Shitting on it. Bad for the fans. Yeah, exactly, Sam. I mean, it's just a disrespect for the original stuff, right? It's just a disrespect for the source and the tone and the spirit of what the original was. And it's them taking it and trying to like make money essentially off of the fans and the passion that they have for the games and stuff. And not even wanting to put in like a fraction of that or respecting it at all. Like it's totally justified why people would be peeved about it. There was a good article or statement the guy who directed Prey was talking about, where he was really against calling that game Prey because the fans of it are going to be pissed because it's nothing like Prey, and the people who didn't like Prey aren't going to like care about it because it's called Prey, and it led to him like pretty much leaving Bethesda because they forced it. And it's just kind of like a similar deal. Like I feel like what you name something and like how you incorporate those elements, this is much worse because it actually incorporates like soul hacker shit throughout the game, but it's just like I think it's important, man. Like obviously the meat of the game is everything, but like you can't really just ignore it. Let me put this on screen. Can I mute this fucking game, dude? Yeah, let me get the I just like these like cool shots of like the city. I mean, you get to like walk around in the city in this, but it has like no atmosphere. It's so like Godo said it best earlier. It tries way too hard. Where while this has its date, it's so much more atmospheric, dude. And this is like what, within the first like hour of the game or something? It's playing Claire de Lune in the background, like a tech version of it.
Algon and S, right? I'm on my way there right now. Doesn't matter. The Phantom Society's...
Oh shit, dude, the Kino. You get to see his gun in the fucking... There's just a Kino shit, his guns in the seat and all that shit, like maybe.
I don't care about whatever. Des, puts, security.
The music, yeah.
Security. The data I'm looking...
Love the music in this too, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's what I was saying in the beginning. This just doesn't... The atmosphere just does not grip you at all in this game. It tries so hard to be stylish that it like overflows and just ends up being super generic because it's just this mess of like neon and bullshit. Like everybody's just like fucking, I don't want to say over designed, but the world just feels that way, man. Like we're just in a cube world. Half of the story is just us standing around having exposition in like a room or something. It's just like the music can be cool at times, but I feel like it's not cohesive enough with a lot of the scenes. It's not like uplifting any of the scenes. There's just some like okay scenes here and there. I think Ringo's jacket and the right like thing could be okay, but like it's just like her jacket's kind of like what's wrong with like the city, right? Like there's just way too much going on. It feels over designed. The flickering, yeah, I think something slower moving or just like static would be fine. I think it's just a perfect representation of like the issue with the game so far. Too much dialogue, too much exposition, everything's too over-designed, trying to be super overkill flashy. You get all these like Chini scenes where she's like executing code and saying commands out loud and stuff, and it's trying so hard to be like tech and like, whoa, this, you know, the scale's huge, the world's already ending, I'm a super intelligence and all that. And it's like it's trying to like be so interesting that it just is not. There's just nothing is interesting about it. It's just all drowns itself out. Like every I don't know, every facet of it drowns each other out, man. There's just too much fucking goofy shit going on. Like you look at like Soul Hackers 1, it's so much more subdued. Like, and it's just so much more interesting for it. Maybe this should have just started smaller scale. Like should have built it up quicker, like, you know, not quicker, slower. Let you sink into the city a bit, let you feel like how an individual lives in the city, kind of like they did in the first one, or like this SMT1. Then build up into a lot of this shit. Instead, it's immediately trying to go for this like fucking cool, crazy chuny, like tech craziness. Look at this cool novel, like, whoa, I'm soul hacking, I'm fucking, he's coming back to life, and it's just... It just tries too hard, man. I'll go to set of best. Flashy cyberpunk having JRPG things overused, yeah. Yeah, I just think toning it down and focusing on like really quality paced story. And like really getting that fucking visual style down and mixing the music in well is just a big deal, man.
That guy you saw, Habaragi.
Play Fate Extras. I don't know, cube dungeons too, man.
Track down the covenants.
Then he's our enemy.
Yeah, I can't wait, dude. I was saying earlier, somebody needs to make a super cut of like every JRPG of every cube fucking dungeon and area. You get some cool ones like FF 13-2, was it? That have some really cool music and some mechanics going on there needing like a certain sense of scale, but then you get like shit like this, it's just like absolutely fucking
So
dull.
was this friend of yours really that mad at you for betraying the Phantom Society?
Like so in this is a good example. Compare this to like the art gallery in Soul Hackers or something, right? These are both virtual worlds, right? And then like at least that's like, I don't know. It's so much more interesting in that, despite it because it's trying to go for this like dreamy kind of feel and surreal feel, right? Like it looks kind of real, but then there's like weird shit happening because you're in VR and you jumping from, you know, the street to the art gallery to all these other like a beach and stuff. Like it has a lot more meaning than like some hyper abstract I'm inside somebody's mind, which is inside of some super AI, and it's a cube world, and it's like this is so much more crazy. But in how you actually connect with it, it's just them telling you shit, man. Like you're not really fucking connect with it because it's just so extreme, man, and it's just delivered so poorly. Like this is where something just like just tone it down is just so much stronger, man. It has cyber hacking. Yeah, that looks pretty awesome, dude. Was I supposed to? I always forget. Am I supposed to play that before the remake?
No, not because.
Do I need the full pain?
I made an important promise to him.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just full of shit. I mean, I definitely don't think I have anything just fucking down right now. It's just kind of. I just have like bad feelings with this game. There's things I don't like, and I don't think it's just from a bias from this game. It's like just in the beginning, like why is this so much less interesting than like most SMT games? It's so big material, really? Jesus.
Really, I have to thank you. You've given me a chance to set
It's like,
things
I don't
right.
know. I don't think we've got to like figure it out. I'm sure as we go through this, we'll be able to kind of nail down what the issue is, or maybe the issues will disappear. But
What did you promise him?
right now, I don't know.
Thank you, summoners. The abnormality had taken the form of a demon, and thanks to your efforts, Ringo's condition is now stable.
Why tell us that now? You knew that the moment we beat it.
He's giving us a fucking mascot too, dude.
Actually, I discovered something rather unexpected, so I had to perform a cursory inspection.
Goofy mascot.
By eliminating the foreign object from the Soul Matrix, Ringo and Arrow's psychological
Did the first game have a mascot? The hacking group had like an icon, right? Like they had like a symbol that was theirs, but I don't think there's any like mascot. The comedy in that was like much more natural, right? I mean, they just kind of joked like friends would. There'd be casual moments before they'd go back into what's the word I'm looking for? Conspiracy shit, right? The comedy flowed naturally when there was some the light moments. This so far has been like there hasn't been much comedy, but as soon as I introduced this, it was such a stark contrast to the rest. Yeah, see, I wouldn't say Kidnap really counts as a mascot, but yeah, he's just kind of an animal. That's more of that kind of like third party kind of like, yeah, the world influencing the character kind of thing. I thought that was cool, the Kidnap thing, because it takes kind of like, I liked how it was like an animal, because it was supposed to be like a vision quest, right? Like a Native American vision quest thing, right? So they kind of had the animal, and you're like, you know, you're going on the vision quest thing. And I thought that was a really cool, like, aesthetic or whatever, or theme or whatever you want to call it. This dude he ain't the same, man. This is just some fucking wacko, man. Well, this is that chick, but she's just controlling an owl. But yeah, Kidnap, I guess that would be the as close as you can get, and I don't think that's a mascot.
In other words, there are substantial benefits to exploring the Soul Matrix and clearing gates.
More powerful abilities does sound tempting.
Back it up a minute. When you say her condition's stable, are you implying we haven't really addressed
What is with
the
this
root
like
of the
goofball
problem?
music right now?
Correct. However, the removal of inhibitors like the one you just
Doesn't feel like it belongs in this game at all.
a certain impact. It's unlikely Ringo will collapse again. Still, I ask that you please refrain from...
Well, saw that one coming.
There are still many unknown factors at play, and we must not forget the associated risks. We should try to avoid any unpredictable scenarios.
Okay, fine. Fair warning, that was the first time something like that's happened to me, so I was really kind of freaking out. I guess that's what you'd call being sick?
Yeah, no shit it is. You were just born.
Well,
The
I
fuck?
know I'm only alive right now because of it. But if the side effects are that severe, then maybe you shouldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, I'm seriously considering that now. Especially seeing as this is all your fault. Come on, I'm only kidding. Compared to Sizo or Milady, you're... what's the term? Straight-laced?
Really? I don't know if I'd go that far.
Nah, who are you kidding? You're as square as they come.
Well, I don't think it's so bad that Arrow carries himself that way.
Hey, thanks, Fig.
Thank you, everyone. It looks like Ringo is doing a lot better now.
Yeah, we know. You just said it 100 times.
And I have good news from my end as well. I've discovered another lead on a Covenant holder.
Nice one, Finn. I'm surprised you found another in such a short time.
Perfect. Now we can really focus on finding the Covenants.
Let's get a move on then. I'm eager to see what the rest of these Covenant holders are like.
We have to go get the MacGuffins.
Everyone, please make your way back to the safe house when you can. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, I don't like the owl at all. I'm pretty iffy on I mean, mascot characters can be fun in the right context, but I've kind of got a chip on my shoulder for them nowadays. I don't know if that's the right turn of phrase, but because of how poorly they're used most of the time, to try to get some cheap, like, quirkiness in the game. I think it was fine in like a Danganronpa because of the contrast of the cuteness and how fucking serious and wacky he was fit the like really over the top art style and like tone. Like it was all about like really quirky, crazy characters getting absolutely destroyed, and like Monokuma kind of like fit that. But like in most everything else, it sucks. Like big villains like a Zero or something are fine, right? But that's just like a villain, right? It's not really a mascot. But like quirky, like mascot characters like this, like the bunny in VLR and shit, they do, like their contrast is supposed to add some kind of like weirdness, some kind of like bizarreness to it that kind of makes it like feel, I don't know, adds some atmosphere, like a spookiness. And I just think most things that try do not nail it. In this, it's supposed to be like fun, quirky happiness to contrast with seriousness, but it's just like feels like it doesn't fit. They have to have a mascot. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, Bang. The answer is that Japan loves them. See, that was the best part, yeah, about the bunny in VLR, is that it stops showing up after a bit, but when it is there, it sucks. I would blame the VA the most on the bunny. It was really annoying. We talked about this during Eurokill. Did we consider the Eurokill chick to be a mascot? It had the same like idea, like quirky, wacky, like game leader type of thing. But yeah, I like Danganronpa's atmosphere. I mean, those games have issues, but I think I like it. I like the kind of closed environment, you know. You guys don't know what's going on. There's like secrets. And I like the over-the-top nature of it. I don't think it gets to be like it's try-hard quirky, but I think it still kind of nails it. But I get that people might not like that style. I've played enough stuff that tries to be wacky and quirky like Eurokill, and it just absolutely fails, that I can appreciate like Danganronpa actually pulling off the insano quirk shit without being absolutely fucking annoying as hell. Just too anime for me, simples up. That's what does better than something like that. Like AI, I just don't like what it does. Yeah, that was just totally fine. Yeah, that's just taste. Personal shit. I can respect that. Oh, what do we got here? What does this do? When guarding, slightly recovers HP. Okay.
Say.
Yeah,
but...
Well...
Got it?
Nice dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say with 428 because it's not a constant enough presence. Like I feel like most mascots are something that are supposed to insert themselves regularly, where Tama's kind of her own deal. But if we consider that a mascot, then yeah, absolutely. It's a cutesy character that's supposed to provide like a certain kind of like contrast in tone. I think it does it well, right? It's pretty. Oh, you have to have story progression. Of course.
Look out! Careful.
Yeah, Tama. Is Aiba the mascot for AI1? Yeah, exactly, Sam. Yeah, if we consider that one, absolutely.
Careful. That was close.
Man, we're gonna have to do these for every character.
That was close.
I don't know. I feel like Aiba's not really a mascot at that point. She just happens to be like a character with a kind of quirky concept or design. Aiba's too much of a mainstay, and she doesn't act as like a tone shift or contrast to like really be like an actual like mascot. Yeah, the TMS too. The amazing dungeon design. Yeah, I feel like Aiba doesn't really count. I don't know if AI really has a mascot. I mean, Andy's Komeiji. Yeah, I mean, you might as well be. Oh, I should change out this one photo. Instead of this, I should change it to... Oh, I'm sure they're almost all the same, or they're just different colors. Yeah, Ping. I mean, I think it's very mediocre so far, but... And this obviously doesn't have, if you're into the idol appeal, it doesn't have that, but... Yeah, you might like it. Soul Hackers one's awesome. I love Soul Hackers one. It's gonna be the same colors the whole time. Oh no! Yeah, I haven't played through enough to say if this is just like good or not. So far I don't care for it much, but it's at least got really basic SMT gameplay, so I can respect that. Yeah, I mean you can't really pick up the original Soul Hackers anymore. I wish they would have made it available on like the Switch or something. Where did I keep this picture, dude? Oh, nice, man. Have you started on B? What'd you think? this picture. Apologies, guys. Also, I need to grab like a drink here in a minute. There we go. Right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick piss. I played a tiny bit of B just to have a head start, but that's consume stuff like this. Oh, just kind of get a feel and then know what you're getting into. Go deep dive later. Yeah, I'll do that with games too. I did that with this. Just get in a little bit. Yeah, good take. I mean, nowadays, awesome. Alright, awesome. It's good. I'd say it's awesome. I mean, I haven't. It's been a long time. Like, I feel like when I say awesome, I have to have like a really good feeling of how Route A was, but it's definitely was a really good part of the game. I'll be right back. So. 2236, yeah. Oh man, I'm looking forward to the full read, man. Very curious. The information, yeah. I'm heating up some food right now, apologies. Now let's run through these tutorials while that's happening. Yeah, Soul Hackers is a pretty short game too, depending if you're still here the first one. It's like 20-30 hour game. This one I think is a lot longer. I don't know on average. I'll see some streamers have like 8 or 9 parts at 8 hours a piece. But I'm like, I don't know if a lot of that's just how slow very hard is, or if there's just that much side content. But then you go like how long to beat and it's like 30 to 40. So like I have no idea on the game. We'll see. At my pace it'll be long, but Jesus. Oh, nice. Now we can do it with the other people. Cool.
Welcome. I am you. In addition, in the name of evolution, what do you desire, Ringo? New function unlocked.
Don't forget.
Yeah, I like this because it's a bitch getting back to the city through warp, and it takes like an extra 30 seconds of loading.
What do you desire, Ringo? New function Hey!
Right.
What is this random ass fucking super deep dialogue, man?
What do you desire, Ringo? Anomaly detected.
Wow. Eliminate 9 fucking random enemies, dude.
Anomaly detected.
Fusion of Fortuna unlocked.
Anomaly detected.
Commander skills. I don't have those yet.
Anomaly detected.
Eliminate 9 demons, dude.
Anomaly
Damn, this is fucking exciting shit right here, dude.
Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Anomaly.
I mean, I'm fine with doing these if you get them ahead of time, but it's kind of lame when you get them like afterwards.
Anomaly.
Cause then what? I just want to go back into arrows and just grind.
What do you
dude?
desire, Ringo? In the name of evolution. What do you desire? In the name of evolution.
You heat up food as well? Yeah, dude. I'm hungry as fuck for some reason. Hangouts. Where? Access? Yeah, hell yeah, man. It's a sick route.
How are you feeling, Ringo?
Fine so far.
Oh, great.
I can head out
Your story.
Ah, right.
One sec.
I found the potential location of the last Covenant's bearer. Mangetsu Kuzunoha.
Yeah, I thought the urgency and just the pace, man. It was just, there's a lot of tension. Like, they were still, you know, getting you interested in the mystery, but there's a lot of just, like, threats and tension. It's what I wish that, like, Ever 17 was more often. And that Remember 11 tends to do pretty well. Ready to hate the rest of it? Yeah. I'll see, maybe. Couldn't say.
If my information's
Possible,
good,
though.
and I believe it is, someone fitting his description has been hiding out in the abandoned subway.
An unused subway system?
Oh, I remember that mess. Do you remember 10 years ago there was a lot of talk about public works building fancy new subway lines? Earthquake-resistant architecture and all? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember
that
hating any of the
died
characters in the
out of
first
hell.
round.
Too much red tape to fund it. They ended up scrapping it midway and reinforcing the existing lines instead. So, with all these fancy new subway tunnels unfinished and unused, the homeless communities moved in. Fat cats weren't too happy about that.
Casualties of the unemployment crisis. One of the unfortunate downsides to the AI industry's world of tomorrow.
Crazy to think a Kuzunoha got hit by that, though. You'd never expect to see one of them living on the streets. But I guess they're only human after all.
Who is this Kuzunoha guy anyway? You're talking like that name's got some weight to it.
Thanks for introducing all of this in random exposition instead of, you know, out there in the field where it could be interesting. The AI crisis, the unemployment. Cool, dude. Let's just never talk about that again.
It does. The Kuzunoha family is a line of renowned devil summoners. They've been protecting this country from supernatural threats for generations. And Mangetsu Kuzunoha lives up to their legacy. He's an old man now, but a legend in his own right. So I hear, anyway.
You said he's on good terms with Yatagarasu?
Yeah, most of the Kuzunohas have been. Historically, they've sided with Yatagarasu when it comes to national defense.
Real champions of justice, huh?
Right. Justice.
Right. Justice.
Justice is subjective. Everyone's got their own ideas about it.
Like how I don't care about actually, this is what I fucking hate about point systems. I don't care about the actual theme. I don't care about the actual choice. I never even looked. I only looked at the points. That's all I cared about. That is such a fucking lame choice, dude. Like, you want to feel invested, you want to like grapple with like the fucking like dialogue and the choices. But in a fucking stupid game like this, you just look at the numbers, dude. I don't give a fuck about what she says. Oh, justice subjective, sure. Who cares? I got 4 points.
That's clear enough
It's
from
dumb.
looking at everyone on our team. We can't approach this like there's only one right way to do
And you can't say it's just like, oh, well, you should just pick what you want and you just get what you get. Well, then you don't get to explore the dungeon. You're already story locked in these dungeons already. You might as well be able to unlock all of them at the right levels. Do it. It just is it is incentivized. Very much so. It's goofy. It's stupid.
Couldn't
I
agree
hate
more.
it. I hate half-assed dialogue, fucking point slider bullshit.
There are plenty of others who have to deal with the fallout.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's what you have to do, right? I mean, that's what I had to do. To be able to get all the social links in P3, I pretty much had to know what every right choice was. You either reload it, or you just do it. And in P3, you always had to act the way they wanted, not what you'd actually pick. And it's like, I guess there's a certain strategy to it then, but yeah, you definitely aren't caring about the actual subject matter. That's goofy, man. And that, like, they don't make any qualms about you gaming the system. Like, that's just kind of like everything has point values tied to it. I still think it could be way better, but this, it's extra shitty because there's just been nothing to grab onto story-wise. So even when you get choices, they're also super hollow.
Anyone who calls that justice is ignorant or a liar.
Of course he's
I managed to do P5s blind my first play, but yeah, for 3s I used a guide.
Oh, of course. They're the bad
Not to
guys and
plan
we're
out the
good guys.
day-to-day, but just for the
Absolute
answers.
child.
Because that was too much, right? When your entire fucking like year is day-to-day guided, it's just like, okay, it's way too fucking... It's not... The whole fun of choosing is fucked at that point. Yeah, for sure. Royal helps even more, because you can like... anytime you make a mistake, you can boost it that night or go pay money to boost it and shit. As long as you got Kawakami, that helps a lot. In P5, the base game. I think I had like a month left after I got all of them maxed.
Say that again.
Still, I'd rather pick choices.
Like cats and dogs.
Unless they
Please chill out for 1
are
second.
absolutely just unashamed and totally upfront about you picking answers not based on the content, but based on how you think they'll respond, then I'd much prefer to actually grapple with the choices themselves, because it's like, what's the point then? Like, I feel like Persona kind of rides that line. This, I just don't. Like, those cool answers. Yeah, I think in 5 they used online, right? You could have like connected internet and see some of those. I had to do that in 3, I think. I would try to answer them myself, but if I fucked up, I think we let them out. Because you couldn't get like Mitsuru's S rank if you didn't have like big grades or anything, and I was like, well, fuck, right? I'm not gonna do another playthrough, so I was like, yeah, you had to be the Giga Chad. Just cheat.
So, what were we talking about again?
How Mangetsu Kuzunoha's got our last covenant.
Mangetsu was actually involved in Yadagarasu's research into the Covenants.
Really?
Yes, I'm not surprised you didn't know. I'm sure it was highly classified even within Yadagarasu's ranks.
So what was Mangetsu digging into?
Anything and everything Covenant related.
Yeah, I thought Root Double that was really bad. Like, in a perfect world, you want to like make decisions you think are realistic, that you think are going like a direction you could like imagine, right? Like, oh, when I say this, I want it to, you know, be pretty clear that I'm trying to have this happen, and you know, either a spanner gets thrown in the gears or whatever, that's one thing, but like like you'd rather think about it and treat it like some kind of like empathetic, kind of immersive kind of way, not just play the point system. I mean, stuff like Mass Effect even has problems with that kind of shit. Like, you're playing a system, a lot of AAA, especially Western games have that issue. You're playing a good evil slider system. You're not actually thinking about the choices and the dialogue. Yeah, exactly. Those are trying to be like survival choices, right? And, you know, game overs and playing and being smart. When it gets into more like deep, you know, ethical kind of conversations and personality kind of, you know, social stuff, it's like that kind of crap. It just goes so against the idea of any kind of like self-inserting or player choice shit when it's like you're just playing a point system. Yeah, to me, I just remember the Root Double point stuff. I don't remember the actual the other stuff. I think by the end of it, I was like, okay, there's too much point bullshit. I mean, you pretty much have to be attached to a guide.
You're pretty well informed on your enemies.
But in most VNs, I tend to not think about the choices as actual, like, choices of what I want, because you end up exploring almost all of them anyways. So it makes them feel a lot less important. It's usually something in those games that I'm just choosing just which one I'd want to do as my first one, and then I just kind of roll through it. Because you're usually following a guide, and you're usually like gonna see everything anyways. And I'm not saying that's like perfect, but that's just kind of how I end up doing VNs. I'm not saying that's... I wish it wasn't better. The epilogue flags.
I'd hope so.
I need to get the rest.
I was part of the team led by Iron Mask when we raided Mangetsu's lab a year ago.
You raided his lab?
That's what I said. Iron Mask was after 2 covenants there. Mangetsu held one, and his assistant had the other.
So Mangetsu was sitting on 2 covenants in that lab.
I imagine that's how they made
What
such
you just
progress
said.
in their research, with 2 hosts on hand.
No way to say for sure. Not anymore, anyway. As for the raid itself, there's no telling if that was successful either. Iron Mask killed Mangetsu's aide and took his covenant. After that, everything was chaos. Just when it seemed like the battle was about to turn, the whole facility went up in flames. Mangetsu died, and we lost his covenant. At least, that's what I thought.
Except now, it sounds like Mangetsu's been alive this whole time. Hiding out in the abandoned subway, huh? Where'd you get all this info, Fig?
Rumors.
Seriously? That's all? I kinda figured you'd have a more, I don't know, high-tech approach here.
Well, first I tried that is, accessing the subway surveillance network. But it appears the occupying homeless destroyed every camera in the place, so that proved useless. Instead, I checked social media, private email servers, the Summoner Net, and other databases. Those led me to certain conspiracy theories picked up and sensationalized by the tabloids. Strange incidents proposed to have supernatural origins, and several hits had one thing in common. They all noted that their respective incidents involved a one-armed old man.
Sounds hard to miss.
Yes. More so because he seems to be responsible for solving many of these supernatural problems. Single-handedly, too. So to speak.
Maybe Lauren remember 11? Yeah. I mean 999 I think. Yeah. There's definitely some. Well, maybe 999 would not be the case. I don't remember what kind of ordering you have to go in. You could stumble upon maybe a bigger ending early. Yeah, that's the problem, is just most VNs like have like a clear like route where you're just getting way too much info and it makes the other ones shittier. There's just like a better order in almost all of them. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I don't know. That's why sometimes I just prefer the linear ones, man. Like, I like routes and stuff here and there. It's cool when you just want to explore different characters and shit. Like, I don't hate routes, but yeah, I do wish that going in blind was more of a thing. I mean, I do it in like Atomes and stuff, but then I follow a guide afterwards. But it'd be cool if you got the whole experience, like, without it. A lot of Atomes, there's just like one choice, and then you're on another route. And then there's like another one choice where you get the good ending or the bad ending. The good thing about VNs is they tend to have like a true route, like a real final one. I always hate in some games where there's just like, hey, there's 50 endings, and because there's 50, none of them really feel final or like really well thought out. It's more about the novelty of variety than actual like quality. And I think sometimes VNs can fall into that, but usually there's like a true end type of thing. Oh yeah, the ordering and how that affects story can be fucked. I mean, I would say half the VNs that have choices blind. That's because a lot of these I play don't have fucking like guides. Usually it's a bitch. And not preferred. Yeah, and I like, just like Fastest, I wish more were, yeah, did not do KNS blind, dude. Transcended players only. Yeah, one, that would be bad for me because of all the porn. I have to have a guide just to avoid it. Two, yeah, all of this super arbitrary bullshit. I mean, I guess you know I did blind and that has routes, but it's more like obvious. No. No. Even in that, there's like an order. That's kind of recommended, but I don't think it's a big deal. The classic? Yeah, no, the classic is a different story. That's not worth doing blind because of how annoying all the fucking adventure game elements are. More than story orders.
I hypothesize that this man must at least be a devil summoner, possibly one of staggering ability.
Fits the profile. You think that's Mangetsu then?
Yes. I mapped out the sightings of this one-armed veteran, and based on the data spread, he is most likely to be found in the abandoned subway lines. He certainly seems well liked by the local homeless population. They apparently know him as Doc.
Never doubted you for a second. Still, that subway complex is a pretty big place to search. By the time we actually found the guy, we'd be ready for an old folks' home ourselves.
It's true that we don't have a lot of time. Phantom's probably on the hunt for Mangetsu too.
I highly doubt your search would take decades, but I can narrow the range with some time to analyze further. I can rank my data points by priority and relevance, sort sightings by chronological order, and try...
Yeah, we get it. The technobabble dude, I just don't give a fuck. Stop. He's just filler, man.
You go, Fig. My partner, folks.
Let's see, it's on one hand, it's like I like smart dialogue. I like when it feels like there's like, you know, some, oh, this is clever, this is, you know, this is in depth, but then it's in this, it just feels like it's like set dressing, man. It's just to make it sound cool and tech. It doesn't feel smart. They just start going in on technobabble and, oh, we'll mention the declining population and the, you know, the unemployment rate, and then just, it feels like it's never going to get touched again. There's no theme, there's no lore, world building, it's just fucking blab, man. Just to make it feel like it has some kind of style. It's just hollow, man. Yeah, Ringo has to always be there. When Ringo's not there, you should be asking, where's Ringo?
How about we head to Ropo Realm then? We've got a couple more demons now, right? And you're technically a summoner too, Ringo. Even if you're not exactly a normal one. I think it's about time you met Uncle Vic.
Uncle Vic, huh? Why? Who's he?
He's a hard guy to describe. Probably better if I just take you to see him. Want me to lead the way?
Sure, if you're offering. Let's go.
How are you?
Vitamin spaghetti.
What do you think?
Meals.
Isn't it great?
I get it.
Whatever do you mean?
Roger.
Wow, the AI or a person that's not used to humanity taking interest in human stuff. That's fucking awesome, dude. I mean, I do like that. But you know, every time I see something like that in this, I just know it's gonna be just half-assed, man. I'm not gonna go, oh, this is gonna be a cool, like, you know, fish out of water story. This will be really interesting. It's like, it's just gonna be like, I like the cooking and I eat a lot. Even though I look dainty and sexy and skinny. Like, that's just the vibe I get. It might not end up that way, but I can't help but be super fucking negative about it. Yeah, I mean, I like fish out of water stories, man. I do like them. That's what I mean, is it's just... I just feel like the execution of everything's so fucked in this that like it'll just end up being it won't go beyond its cliches, its tropes, right? Like I liked like Saejima stuff and like Yakuza, his fish out of the water thing, because you know he was in prison for fucking bazillion years, whatever. Like there was fun dialogue there, fun side stories, and it's like it's super tropey, right? But like, yeah, I just like it's a cool thing. It's just about execution, and I have very little faith at this point in the execution, but we'll see. Maybe I'll be surprised. Meals. They persist until you leave a dungeon. Okay. A lot of this still just makes sense on its own. Jesus Christ.
Thanks for the food. I'll take everyone's dishes.
Burger. Was it not even the vitamin spaghetti? I wasn't even looking, I was just reading the dialogue. She's dainty, dude. She's sexy. She's Can't just pick up a burger. It's for commoners. Well, I want to run through those side dungeons, but I feel like we should see what the next part of the story is. It sounds like it's going to be some kind of gameplay thing. And I might as well get gameplay shit now, not later.
Let me know if you need help. Done yet?
Tabby boots. Am I gonna want to actually be buying this
Still
shit?
here. See ya.
Is this the game where I just buy everything whenever I can, or? I don't know. Maybe they thought having them be like a different art style would make them feel more unique. I don't know. I would prefer a cohesive art style that has like variants within the art style. Like 2E shopkeepers who barely have dialogue but all are like really cool because how different they are, and like quality little voice blips and how they change over time and how they're like tied to their fucking like clothing lines and brands. Silver case. Okay, was there shopkeepers with different styles in that? It's been a long time. I mean, there's different styles of story, that's for sure.
Welcome.
Yeah. Same thing I think in Silver Case, and really, it's just trying to be...
Hey.
What?
Whoa.
trying to just be zany and different and interest you through sheer variety and shit. Bad and shit, yeah. Boring and bad. I mean, that's just kind of Silver Case. It's just always trying to be like really wacky and zany and different. And it's like, well, I can appreciate some attempt at style there. Feels like it's trying really hard. And there's just no meat, man. There's just no meat. I could probably totally dig the style if there was like at least something good happening, right? The problem is I hate the story so much that even the style, which maybe I would like, I end up just not. It just drags it down, man. So there's voice acting so I could play it while I'm cleaning my glasses, but no. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah. Godo needs to do his fucking playthrough, but he's too busy replaying Phonotopia for the 100th time. Bastard. He'll stream it when I'm in the middle of something I really want to play and can't take a break on.
For example,
To stream Phonotopia? Oh yeah. Every day. Many times a day. Which I will. Because I was gifted it by Radlos, so, and I want to play it. But. Right now we're doing Octopath. He gifted that, and I'm enjoying that a lot, but I'm not going to play when he's not around. And I need to play it, finish it before Splatoon 3, so. I'm just playing this anytime we're not doing Splatoon shit. Yeah. I saw Ology was playing that. I'm looking forward to playing it, man. It won't be for a bit. So once I'm done with this in Splatoon 3, there's probably going to be some Game Pass shit that I need to get through. I've been really wanting to do Immortality. And there's probably going to be some shit leaving. I need to do Dragon Quest 11. There's probably going to be some shit leaving soon, so I should probably do like Project Wingman and shit like that.
Yep.
Just how it goes. Talk about carefree.
Well... Huh?
Well...
Yeah, I know that in a vacuum I should play all these combat games first, but I'm not gonna have time. We're just gonna play it. We're just gonna play it, dude. I need to start up my Ace Combat. I've started Air Combat 1, but we didn't actually play the game. I just kind of started it. Pretty sure the first few are pretty short. I just need to get it started. Finish the Dragon Quest series though first. Yeah, he seemed to think it was really comfy. I mean, go to his link. He links me a few tracks and some good music. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, people say it's good. But yeah. Playing 25th Warriors Watch go to stream it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he will do it at some point. So if you're gonna watch that, you could just get the 2-for-1 special. He always has the same schedule, so as long as you can keep up with that, I mean, you know what you get.
Let's keep at it.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hey.
Yeah, for the most part. I'd agree.
What? Right?
Well.
Yeah, Phototopia is just a little longer, so I just gotta sit down for that. I mean, this is long too, but it's also new. I'm renting it, so it's kind of got like a little extra. I'm sure I'll play it this year though, easily.
Right.
Typically, I drink beer. Well, at least they're not all a bunch of teenagers. I mean, I'll give this game that.
Also,
yeah, JRPG MC is drinking beer. What the? Rose Days and Hilux, yeah. There's a lot of new stuff coming out in November, I think, though. Let me actually double check what's coming in October. I've been cutting a lot of stuff out, like Destroy All Humans 2 and shit. Trying to be a bit more strict. Waiting for word of mouth on stuff. Like the Made in Abyss thing seems bad. Oh, that Steel Rising game is coming out physically. That one looked kind of cool. But it's by the Greedfall devs, so it's probably gonna be not good. let me write that down. I'll probably watch people play that a little bit. I have my big list of delayed stuff. It's coming out in the next few weeks. A lot of fucking sequels to the Tome's I've played, but I ain't fucking touching that right now, man. I'm on a Tome break, dude. There's an Amnesia sequel, which I haven't even played Amnesia yet, but I own it. Pure Fiore sequel. Oh yeah, there's some games I just play, like, you know, I just play them. No questions asked. See, Pure Fury was cool, but it wasn't like so cool I'd really want to play a sequel. Solstice. Potion Permits, PS5. Diofield Chronicle. That looks interesting, but I feel like the lack of advert